What is up, everybody? How's everyone doing? Welcome in, Louie. I did not see your message on my, restream chat. So I don't know if there's a funny Twitch issue going on or not. If someone wants to send another message in the Twitch chat, just so I can, make sure on that, that'd probably be good. But yeah. Okay, yeah. I think we're fine. I think it was just, you sent that message so early that it didn't even, didn't update. Yo, what's up, Cosmo? How's it going? Yeah, it's been a while. Have you been doing good? Got a headache right now, but hopefully that'll dissipate soon. All right. So yeah, today I want to kind of finish up some modding stuff. It's really, really close. I've kind of spent a lot of time getting a format established. And so you'll see what that's all about. I'll probably just send out a template project for people to use just to make it really easy. But honestly, it's not that hard. The good thing is that we're going to export the mods just as a zip, and that allows people to make not only the programming mods, but a texture pack or, a resource pack. Basically, if you want, you could make just a zip to replace assets or audio or anything you want, which is pretty cool. So, yeah. Should be pretty flexible. We're going to be testing that today, and I'm going to make a stupid little test mod just to see if it works. But it should work just fine. The only thing I don't know about is with, preloading. Because I don't know if loading a scene into memory is going to, cause issues, right? Because if I preload something at the beginning of the game and then I replace it, it might not, work. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. I just have no idea, honestly. Hopefully it does work, but I don't know. But yeah. Should be pretty much good to go. Yeah, after that, we'll probably get into more dungeon stuff and cooking. Because we have farming, but farming doesn't mean much without cooking, right? So I kind of don't want to push farming until we can actually do something with it. So yeah. Too much cheese into the... Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Maybe big cheese. Maybe cheese plants. cheese buildings. I don't know. That's the glory of modding. You can do whatever you want, so. And no one can stop you. Cheese collector. Really quick question. Oh, you DM'd me. Okay. Yeah, I saw the DM. I didn't know that it was you. Yeah, you're welcome to, all the assets in the game are not, the game is not open source, right? So I'm not going to hand out, the straight up assets for anything. Obviously, people can get them if they really want to, but it's kind of discouraged. But you're totally welcome to kind of, base stuff off of things. I don't mind that at all, really. Especially if it's just going to be a placeholder. But probably don't, straight up take the assets. That's kind of where I draw the line. But you're totally welcome to kind of base all of... I mean, at that point, it's just, inspiration, right? There's no shame in that, so... Yeah, you're totally welcome to do that. The resolutions for those sprites that I have are 16 by 32. Just so you know. But yeah. Feel free to do that, though. Okay. So let me show you guys what's going on. So we have the modding menu working really well. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And here, just need to use something for artist comes back. Yeah, absolutely. It's separated into a few different sprites, right? There's the top sprite, And then there's another one beneath for the conveyors so that items can go through it, right? So it's like layered, it's not just one sprite. What is going on? Bots? I'm getting followed 1,000 trillion times, guys. Yeah, these are bots. I don't even know what to do about this. Huh. What do we do? I'm sure all these bots are gonna get banned. Okay, it stopped. Odd. Yeah, let me just skip the notifications if I can do that. Where is that at? My god, this is gonna keep going. I don't even know how. Never had to do this before. We're just gonna stop the alert thing for a second. Where is that? Here it is. Buy alert. Well, I guess we got follow botted. I don't know why. Is there the is this a bad thing? Is this like meant to harm us? Maybe. I don't know. But I mean, it's okay. I'm just gonna report these bots. What do I even report as? I guess. Off Twitch behavior. I don't even know. Just the user? Bots. Bots. Yeah. Mass bot follow by random accounts. What's our timestamp? At 11. It was like 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. I wonder if it's like a tactic people use to try and get people banned, right? I don't know. Who would do this? Is it just a random thing? I wonder what their play is. Are they already getting banned? Okay, good. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Well, yeah, it's very weird. Well, I know Twitch takes a really long time to update their follow count, so who knows? I'll just report a few more just to be safe. But yeah. Mass bot follow at 10 minutes. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Hey, what's up? On a first party experience. Yeah, a few streams I watch use SuriBot, which has capabilities to detect and counteract. Oh, does it? Okay. How do you block people from following? Or does it just insta ban? That's probably what it does. Yeah, because this is Wish I could get rid of all these bots. I hope Twitch actually bans all of them. I'm sure they will get banned pretty soon, but yeah, that's kind of a bruh moment. Yeah, people have brought that up to me, and I think I actually have the tab open over here because I was looking at it. Maybe I'll look into this. I don't know. There's 2 Twitch icons. But yeah. It is, yeah. It's pretty funny that, like, third-party bot stuff is better than Twitch's, right? But yeah, I'll look into that, like, after stream or something. Because that is pretty stupid. But yeah. But anyways, I mean, I have all the moderation stuff, so I'm surprised they don't have like moderation stuff for follows, you know? There's a tool by Commander Root. Yeah, that would be good. I can check in, look into that and just ban all of them after. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. Just to get rid of everything. Yeah, because it's pretty silly. Anyways. Let's just get moving on with what we're doing. Do you know what time it is? Uh-oh. Well, here, I can turn the alert back on. Oh, shoot. Wait, it's probably too late. No. But yeah, cheese time, I presumed. Let's get that going. Alright, so modding stuff does work. You can enable and disable the mods. Right now, this mod has been loaded into the game. You can see it down here. So it has successfully loaded BBG Mod 1, right? So where I'm creating that mod now is in another Godot project here, right? And so this is very basic. All it has is basically just info.json, and that's it. I haven't added in any real stuff yet, but this is where we can actually start to test things now. So just for fun, I'll add in a new scene. So you can override base game behavior. That's kind of what I want to test right now. Let's replace conveyors. Obviously never replace conveyors because it'll cause lots of issues. But you would just put that into scenes. And then now this should theoretically replace our conveyor scene, right? And let me turn Spotify back on. What? Discard local changes, I guess. Okay. Let's load in a new sprite, which I don't have any in the game. So let me go get one. Original trailer OST, yeah. It is. Let's just let's just load in a funny image here. God. Let's shrink this down a tad. Okay. So theoretically, this will replace all of the conveyors with images of Ace's face. So yeah, it's you. So all you have to do now to mod, you just go export as a zip, right? Super cool mod, replace it, and we can go into our export folder here, and this is the mod. So you have your scenes, anything you want to replace. tscn.remap. I don't know what that means, but maybe that's a good thing? I don't know. Okay, so let's go into our mods folder. I'll delete the old one. Oh, right. It's open in the game, so I have to close it. Delete that. Move it into mods. So this might not work because of the preloading, like I was saying before. That might be a little bit of a hassle to have to fix all that, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be okay. Okay, so the mod should have loaded. Let's try loading up the save, I guess. I don't know if this is gonna work. Okay, it did not work. It's probably because I'm preloading the conveyor before it gets to load the scene, is what I'm assuming, right? So we just have to go change that behavior. Conveyor, I'm just gonna make sure these names are the same, but they should be. Conveyor.tscn and scenes and res, yeah. So it should work. I'm gonna close all these zips. So let me find all the spots where because I know I'm preloading the conveyor, right? So that's probably what it is. Right here. So I'm just gonna comment those out. All of those. And what we can do is not preload these, but I guess just load them and then cache them after we load the mods. So we still get the performance benefit, but it doesn't mess up the mod stuff. There's only a lot to change every spray in the Carl Weezer. Yeah, you could do that, which is what's funny. Okay, so the mod should have loaded. Let's try it out. Hopefully this works now. It's loading. So it has loaded. I don't know why there's just like one. I think there actually are that many conveyors, but they're just stuck here. I wonder why. Oh yeah, because they don't have save components, and so it doesn't actually load in their saved positions. That's why. Interesting. So I will have to use save components and modded stuff, which is fine. So it does work. Modding does work. It's going to be a little quirky because you have to add things in, right? But yeah. So that means basically anything we're preloading, we cannot preload anymore. Which is a lot of things, unfortunately. I've preloaded, I mean, just searching preload, you can see how many I've done. 418 preloads. So, yeah. That's gonna take a minute. So that's too bad. What we need to do is essentially just control when we do it. So I'm just gonna call this function here like cache resources, right? And so this will just go through everything that we want to preload essentially. We can do resource loader dot load, and this lets us add in like special things. So the path of it, the type hen, and then the cache mode. So cache mode we can set to 1. Right, so it'll reuse these. So we're just gonna say for I and cached resources. And then we're just gonna make a var here that's like var cached resources, right? Or not, some equals. And then we can just put in every single one of our scenes. So this will be better. It basically means that we can cache these in, even if it's a modded resource. Also, thank you for the hydrate. type hint. I don't know what type hint is. Resource type should be handled with the resource. Anything that has resource can use an example image. We don't really need that. I'm just going to do that and then 1 for cache mode. So cache mode 1 is reuse. Source the request to be loaded is sub resources independent are retrieved from cache at present. Those not cache are loaded, then stored into the cache. Yeah. Okay. So it's just gonna be a matter of adding all of those scenes into there. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna take a long time, but you know, it is what it is. Always satisfactory is like the 3rd most played game after 1.0 release. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how many more players they got after that. It's pretty cool. I've been playing it with the new stuff. I haven't really like played enough to get into all the new things yet, but it's been good. You know, I've noticed like some updates to the UIs and stuff, which has been nice. Okay, this should load in with Ace's face, and it should also cache. Yeah. All right. So modding does work. Like people can mod now, which is cool. Also just run this here, cache resources. I better do this before this. Okay. So another thing I do want to have on screen in the main menu is a little counter for how many mods you actually have loaded, right? Because if I'm just like testing mods and stuff, and I just want to make sure that the mod is actually being loaded, right? So all we'll do is just have a little thing here in the version container. I'll just add another label. And this will just stay on the right. Layout, this will just shrink end. And then we'll just say like 3 mods loaded or whatever, you know. So just a super little basic thing. So essentially on func ready, global dot loaded mods dot size is greater than 0. Then text is equal to string global dot loaded mods dot size plus loaded. Invalid int. Oh, whoops. Okay, so that's a super tiny little basic thing. I just want that kind of there to help, because then I'm absolutely sure that it's successfully loaded here, because it only gets added if there wasn't any errors, right? So this will load up, and then it'll say 1 mod loaded down here. It should. Oh, I think I just didn't actually do it in here and load mods. Yeah. Yeah, I just say here global dot loaded mods dot pushback info.data.id.
Every day I wake up fine.
Okay. So that should work. Let's make sure. Yep, 1 mod's loaded. So it's just a super little basic thing. Just that I can quickly see like, oh, yeah. We've loaded mods. I would like to, let's see, have a margin on this, right? Maybe just 10 on either side. Oops, not the bottom. Then on this one, this doesn't have to be... well, that's already 10, so I might as well just get rid of that. And then margin bottom, we can just say 10. Why not? So I may have to... No, that's a signal, so we're good. Let me just make sure on this.
Kill the policeman with the sharpest axe. The axe is sharp, but I know.
Yeah, we're good.
my aim.
Okay.
That's why
Well, replacing scenes does work. It'll be a little bit of work to have to integrate like the save component, right? I'm kind of thinking if there's a way I could do that automatically, right? I don't know though. It might not be that easy. Hey bro, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, modding progress is going good. This is a mod. So we're just kind of messing around with scene loading and making sure it all works, and so far it's going well. I'm able to load mods. There's the mods menu, and then it shows this is the mod scene. So all I did is just inside of this scene, I just basically overrode the base conveyor behavior, right? Which is easy. So that totally works. This is probably not what you're gonna want to do though, so we'll test some other things, right? I want to test overriding sounds. There may be issues with that. I don't know if you can override sounds, right? So I'm gonna have to see. I might have to have another script to kind of go through and check if it's a sound and then reload it and set it, so it might be a little funny. So what's up, MBG? How's it going? What was that? It's a mod. Folder with that. Oh wait, this is the main scene. Whoops. You may have perhaps. It's the first Starground mod. It's, well, not the first. It's the first official mod, I guess I would say. But yeah, I'm just experimenting with modding stuff and making sure this all works. I'm going to load in a sound to replace, right? So we're gonna load in cheese time sound. And that'll load in a minute. I'm basically checking and seeing if we can do like texture packs, right? Which would be nice. Okay, that one is kind of weird. It's not importing. Let's just try a different one. Nuclear explosion. Okay, so nuclear explosion. So we can rename this to what we want to override. So what sound do we want to replace? How about the stone breaking sound? Or the rock break sound, or whatever it's called. Minerock.wav. So minerock.wav. So now whenever you mine a rock, it should do... We're gonna see if this actually works though. I'm gonna delete the conveyor scene because I don't want it to do that anymore. So yeah, we're gonna see what happens here. I don't know. Let's re-export it as a zip. Super cool mod. And let's go drag it back in. So mods. Super cool mod. Yeah, I'll just drag it in, it doesn't matter. Replace the file. Okay. So let's try this. I don't know if this is gonna work, because audio might, like, load itself, right? Yeah, let's wait for ads for a second. Yeah, I'll go over that in just a minute. I'm just gonna wait for the ad to finish. But it is pretty nice. I think it'll work really well for everything. It shows how many mods are loaded now down here. This menu works well. It just, you know, lets you enable or disable mods. But yeah, I'll show you kind of the way to actually create them, because obviously that's what's important. I did sort of create a guide too. I know you said you were probably going to do it, but I just want this as like a base, right? Of like what the info stuff is, and just to, instead of me having to translate it to you and then you writing it, I might as well just write it, you know what I mean? But this is the stuff that we can kind of continue to fill out, like tips and modding, like help, or like just how to actually do it. That'll become much more important as we start modding and fleshing things out, right? And I'm heavily considering having this on a GitHub wiki. So I'll show you what I have kind of going on with that, right? I created a repository for it just called Starground Modding. I figured what we could do is have like example mods and templates in here, and at the same time have like tutorials for modding in the wiki. So this is a public repository. If that sounds, yeah, way better than Discord, right? If that sounds good, because then it's like easy, download the template and then look at the wiki for what to do. Yeah, like this project here is basically going to be the template. So yeah, let me show you how it works. So modding right now is essentially just all straight from Godot. If you want to replace a scene, you just name it the same and have it in the same file or the same folder, right? You have to have this info.json file in the root here. And this is just so that I can actually read the info of the mod and make sure it's a mod, right? Because if this doesn't exist, it's probably not a mod. So that's there. And you can, of course, add in your own folders and your own scenes and reference them in your own scripts, right? That doesn't matter. As long as it just doesn't override the vanilla stuff, right? That's all that really matters. Because anything that you put in here will replace the vanilla scene on purpose, right? So let's go see if this worked. I don't know if it will. It might depend on the type of audio. Since WAV is uncompressed, it might be okay. But I don't know. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so it does work. You can override sounds, which is epic. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry, that's so loud. Let me turn that down a little bit. Okay, that's wood, so that doesn't. But that one does. Okay. So, that's pretty epic. It means that people can make texture packs and audio packs and stuff. Which is really cool. We should actually test textures, right? Oh yeah, I kind of fixed the farming stuff also. Oh, oh, almost activated the nuke. We're okay. Modding will be really fun just for me too. Because then I can add all the stupid stuff that obviously is dumb base game, but it's just kind of fun, you know? So yeah, this should work well. God, I need to break something that's wood. There we go. Okay. So conveyors are just Borg now? No, so it's not a texture change. I replaced the entire scene of conveyors. So that's one thing that you can do. You can replace the whole object and make it your own custom object. But right now I want to test replacing just an image, right? So all we have to do for that is make a folder called sprites. I'm going to delete the conveyor scene because I don't want that to be broken anymore. And then in sprites, we can just kind of override it with the name that we want. So let's do, what do I do multiplayer? It'll work in multiplayer just fine as long as both people have the same mods and same version, right? If they don't, it'll be all broken. So collector.png, and this is where we can get into client-side and server mods, right? Because there's some things you can totally freely modify without causing any multiplayer issues. So yeah, like for example, you just want to use a texture pack mod that won't cause any issues with clients, because everything between client and server is just like the names and referencing it. So like if you have an image set on a texture, it'll just do whatever their texture is from the client. So it should actually work. Can you change the code then if it's the whole scene? So you can just change the script if you want. You don't have to change the scene. What you would do is just replace the conveyor.gd script with your own script, right? So you can kind of do anything that you want, right? I just thought of something, having a load start. I was going to do that. So this is one thing I want to do today. I'm going to like have like let people or run like an auto load script for when the mod first loads, kind of like a initial game begin script, and that'll be kind of like a chance for people to do to load in their buildings into the build menu and stuff from the modding API. So yeah, like that's exactly the reason why, because if we didn't have that, then you couldn't actually add anything into the game, because then you'd have to modify the base scenes and then it's just all broken. So yeah, and that's where the mod API script is really gonna come into play, right? Like this, I can have a function in here that's like add building entry, and maybe this will both add it to the buildings table and add it to the like scene for building, right? The building menu. So yeah, and then people can just do that in their auto load script, and that way things can get added no problem, and we don't have to have any collisions. So yeah. Okay, conveyor came back here. I don't know why. Get out of here. Why? What? Oh, it's because I'm saving the scene. Whoops. Alright, so let's replace this sprite. I'm just gonna replace the collector sprite. Let me go find another image. Okay. It does have to be a PNG, actually. Let's see, is this one a PNG? Computer's frozen. I did restart my computer and update, so it's a little bit better now. So it's got to be a PNG. That's a video. Yeah, let's do this one. If this will ever work. Oh, there we go. So I'm hoping that images can also be replaced. We're about to find out, right? So let's export it again and go import the mod. So that's going to be in our mods folder, Starground mod. Delete this old stupid one, put the new cool one in, and let's try that. So collector should be a funny little guy. Hopefully. Oh, but collector is not the right... So some things have animation like sprites. So this will be funny. You'll see it as... it'll work in the build menu, but not like the actual collector. You'll see what I mean. So the collector is an animation. Seems like it didn't... Okay, so I know why. It's because in here, I'm preloading it. All of these sprites in here. So in the, you know, items table or the buildings table. In collector, I'm preloading the like preview sprite, and so it won't actually update. So yeah, this is gonna be the thing that's gonna suck a little bit. I can't preload anything anymore. I still can in a sense. Basically what I'm doing now, I don't know if you saw it, MBG, but I have a function in here that'll like cache these scenes after I load the mods. Wherever they are. Might be more near the top. What did I call that? Like cache resources. So this will let me load it in after I load the mods. So I can still, in a sense, preload things at the beginning of the game. But it works with mods. Yeah. So I'll just put, this will just be a massive scene of everything that does get preloaded. I'll probably find a smarter way to do this, right? But it'll be okay for now. Maybe what I'll do is for like the buildings and stuff, I can automatically add those in, right? Because it'll have a reference to the path. Like if I go to the buildings table in here, this has the object path and also has the sprite. So what I can do is just say, instead of preload on these, you know, well, yeah, these have to be load. But I can kind of just loop through here and add these automatically, which will be pretty nice. What I'm going to do is just essentially replace anything that says preload with load. I mean, honestly, I could do that with everything, right? I think I might get rid of Kanban. I don't ever use it, and I just want to keep the project lightweight. It's kind of cool to have a tasks thing over here, but it's just too annoying to have it in the same thing. I don't think there's anything in here that like is important for me to save. Wondertopia. I'll just take a screenshot of this, but I'm probably never gonna look at this. Multiplayer tab menu, mouse remove, direction rolling. I mean, these are fine to remember, but it's not like critical that I have these in here, right? A lot of these I've already done and stuff, right? So let me just get rid of that because I'm tired of it. It's a good plugin and all, but I just, Godot lags too much for it to be practical for me to use all the time. You know, I just like having Obsidian as a whole separate thing from that, I think. So let me just restart everything. Let me also just delete Kanban tasks in here. And the thing is that every time I search something also, it shows all the files for Kanban, and it's kind of annoying. Thought I just deleted it. Cannot remove. Oh, is it because it's like still loaded in the... Here, let me reload the current project. Watch the whole project just be gone now. Broken. Also, now that I moved desktop and can see you better, I have to say I like it fresh today. I appreciate it. I just took a shower, so my hair is all wet and combed back. Yeah. Yeah, I was hauling lumber around all day. That sucks. God. We have this massive stack of wood in our backyard. And my dad wants to keep it because it's like valuable or whatever. But it's, man, causes way more problems than it solves. That's all I'll say. Also, what's up? Welcome in. Okay, now I can actually, like, this preload count will be a little better. Yeah, it's only 330 now. So yeah, all of these preloads I will have to replace. It's a lot. It's a lot of these. Man. All the sprites and stuff. I mean, I guess it's fine for me to just go ahead and replace all these because Load is functionally the same as preload, it's just not optimized. But we'll slowly start to work on that. I'm just gonna replace preload every single one of these. I'm just gonna run through here and make sure there isn't any cases where it's wrong. Right? I gotta make sure it is actually just replacing preload, because this can be bad. Preload. I don't think I've written preload anywhere else in the entire project, but you know, I just want to be safe. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Load. Discard changes and reload. Uh-oh. Which one do I press? Everything is valuable, don't throw anything away. Oh man, I've been throwing away my trash. I should keep all of it and just store it in a big room, yeah. Wood is expensive. I mean, don't get me wrong, but we're not using it, that's the problem. So, some person, what's up? We're fireplace in my parents' house. We have a pile of tons of wood. Yeah. What do I do here? Do I keep local changes and overwrite? Or do I discard local changes and reload? Maybe I should cancel. What do I do here? I don't want to accidentally undo anything. I guess discard local changes and reload? Right? Because all I did is I just pressed the button to replace them. So those should be the updated ones, right? I don't know. It's scary though. I'm just gonna say discard local changes because it should be the updated ones. Is there anything that I did recently that'll get overridden? I hope not. It'll be okay. Okay, well, if I keep local changes and override, it'll not... Yeah, it'll be okay. Watch all my files just totally sent back to like 5 months ago. No, we're fine. It just replaced preload with load. So the only thing with this is that it's going to be way slower now because we have to... We're not preloading things now and it's bad. So we have to fix that, right? Like you'll see when we... It's fine in here, but like once we load in game and like it starts moving things on belts, it's going to be a little slow because it's going to be loading the sprites every time. Also with just loading the game, it's going to take a minute, so... It's actually not nearly as bad as I thought. I thought it was going to slow to an absolute crawl, but... Oh, you can see, though. You can see. It's a little funny. I think what that is spawning the resources, like these. Oh god, I forgot. No! Okay. Yeah. So it's not a big deal. We just have to, like, cache these again after we load the mods. Which is nothing. So yeah, we're fine. Okay, so that... yeah, so that fixed our issue with the sprites. So Collector has the new sprite now, so we're good. I think modding will be really fun once we get into it. I hope people make some stupid, crazy mods, because that'd be fun. Oh my god. Get out. Oh. Where do we want to put them? It's just gonna revert to the regular Collector because it's not I haven't actually replaced the Collector animations, but yeah. It's pretty funny. Yeah, that lag is... I gotta fix that. Oh man, I wonder how bad it would be on a save that's like this one down here. This is gonna be really laggy. This one's gonna be terrible, you'll see. First off, it'll take forever to load, but then it's going to stutter really bad. This is why preloading is good. But it's fine, we'll just be smarter with like how we load things, right? And that's all that matters. Ooh. And then it's gonna start stuttering super bad as soon as the thumpers start working. Oh. Oh god. Ooh. Yeah, we'll fix it. It's not a big deal. Okay. Time to get to work then. Cached resources, I'm probably going to move into its own resource. Kind of like how the buildings table is and stuff, just so that it doesn't get super slow. Because I imagine it will start to. But yeah. Hey, Jam, what's up? Jams, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, what's up? Good morning. Modding stuff's coming along. We're doing it right now, and it's fun what you can do with it because you can kind of do whatever you want. I replaced the rock breaking sound with the nuke sound, so it just, yeah, you get the idea. So we can start to do some really fun things with modding. I thought I closed this. Hold on. There we go. But yeah, it's crazy. The only thing that I have to now work on is I can't preload things because loading the mods has to happen before we preload. So this doesn't work. What I'm gonna have to do now is do this. This is like just a little function to cache resources, right? So you just load them in and then it does its thing. What I also am now starting to realize with this system, which is really cool also, is that you can actually mod a mod, right? So you could have a mod and you can do all the stuff, and as long as your next mod loads after that mod, you can change that mod. So you can mod the mod. So you could do like a mod texture pack or something, you know, which is really cool. It is crazy how, you know, the potential for modding. You can do a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. Like this mod framework for MC. Yeah, it can get crazy. Modception feature. Yeah, I'll have to name it that. It's cool though. Modding will be cool. And you know, if people make really awesome mods, never opposed to add them into the game. Obviously, like, there has to be an understanding that if it's added into the game, it's not that person's content anymore. But that's their sacrifice to make, right? But yeah. What is this? Procedure report. Okay. So that's awesome. It's perfect sign that your system is designed well. Yeah. It'll be fun. One thing I do have to do is, like, allow people to choose the mod order. I mean, if anyone's played RimWorld, you know, like, that can be pretty important sometimes. There's mods that have to load after other mods because they're like core mods and stuff. So that is an important thing to do. It shouldn't be that bad. Really, all it is just keeping track of the order of the loaded mods, or the enabled mods. So all we have in here is like a list of enabled mods, and we could just modify that list to have like two things, so the ID and then also the number in the list, right? So it shouldn't be that bad. It should be pretty easy to do. But yeah, it's coming along. Oh, excuse me. Mod store. I don't know. I think I want mods to stay free. I think I'm okay with like indirect sale of mods, and what I mean by that is like, say that you know, somebody has a Patreon or something. Like, I'm okay if a part of that Patreon's reward is a mod, but I don't want it to be like, this mod costs $5, right? So that's a bro moment. Like enable equals, yeah, that's essentially what it'll be, probably. Mod required dependency. Yeah, I'll probably also add a in that info.json before I push this, like an array for dependencies, right? And so it'll not load the mod unless it has the required dependencies, and if it'll print in the output what dependencies are missing. So also, this is going to take a while, and it's not extremely necessary at the moment, but it'd be really good if you added signals everywhere. Yes. I have been using a lot more signals recently in my code, which has been good. But more the merrier. It'll really help with mods kind of integrating with vanilla stuff, so yeah. I'll definitely be doing that. Luckily, there's ways to kind of get around that with just like checking in the process event. You know, of just like checking, is this thing happened yet? Well, if so, then do the thing, right? So it's easy, but yeah, more signals around the place would be good, even if they're not necessarily used anywhere. Because obviously, you never know. You never know what people might need the signals for, so. Mod server free. Yeah, mod library. That'll just be on Discord for now, but definitely Steam Workshop is pretty soon. I don't think it'll be that bad, honestly. It's like, we already have the mod menu set up. I think we can just tell Steam Workshop where to download your mods, right? Or at least just check that as like a secondary folder, right? So I don't know, we'll see. I don't know. I don't think it'll be that bad, but I can't say that for sure. I have to look into it more. But yeah. Let's create that resource. So I'm just going to call this the caching table. Yeah. And then a new resource. Caching table. No, not the ads. We can't skip them anymore. Oh well. It is what it is. Okay, that is buildings table, caching table. We'll have caching table.gd. Do all these extend resource? Yeah. Then in here, where's that at? Sorry for being loud, obnoxious. That's like Twitch only gives you... I know, it's really dumb. It kind of sucks that Twitch doesn't let you disable ads if you have affiliate. Or I don't know. I get they have to make money, but... It's annoying. I think you can only disable them if you're, like, partnered. So yeah. Hey, maybe one day. You never know. We'll get the partner and can disable them finally. Nah, I doubt it. Partner's hard. You need, like, I think 75 average viewers or something, so you have to be pretty big time for that. I think 3 ad skips there fills after 2 hours will be fine. Yeah, that'd be okay. Or if the ad skip lasted longer, because it only gives you 5 minutes. That's the problem. Right. I think it would be nice if it was like at least 10 minutes, if not longer than that, because that's like my gripe with it. Because even if you get 3 ad skips, it's not really, it's just, you use all your ad skips and now the ad has to go anyway. It's just like 10 minutes of saving time. It's, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of stupid. Okay, so this one... So this is interesting. So... we might end up with like a little bit of a weird recursive thing. I want to cache the cache table. Well, I guess if we only load it once, it doesn't really matter, right? Because that's the thing. Because the whole point of the cache table is that it never loads again. So it doesn't matter if it gets cached or not. We might as well just not cache it. So cached resources will be nothing now. We'll move that into the cache table. So we're just going to say cache equals that, cache table equals that for items and cache table. Okay. And then we can go to our caching table and just call this cache table. Cache table. All right, so now this is a separate resource. I might as well also have a function to push back your own scenes into this too, right? Because that means that we could say, okay, I have my modded scene that I want cached at the beginning of the game. Why not add a little modding function to push it back in there, right? So, yeah. There's no reason we wouldn't. I might actually end up using the modding API for vanilla behavior too. Although it's obviously a modding-centric thing, but why not also use it for base game behavior? It's not a skip, just a snooze. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. It's really annoying. Some people don't get them, some do. I even got one the other day, even though I have a sub. Yeah, it's weird. Talking about subs, and he uses 30% off. That's crazy. I'm gonna put all of these scenes in there, and then we're gonna have to cache all the sprites in the entire game, which is gonna suck. Actually, let's not do that. What I'm gonna do is just have a little thing to add in those scenes, right? So I'll just say, let's load up all these other tables. Yeah. These only get loaded once also because it gets saved into a different resource, so it doesn't matter if these aren't preloaded, right? So all that stuff is totally fine to do that. What I'll do in here too is basically like just have a little script here that's like for in items table. And then what I can do is go through every single thing in the items table. And yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, these get loaded and they get saved into a variable, which means that it doesn't matter if we preload any of this stuff because it's always here, right? Am I correct in that thinking? I think I am. So we don't actually, that doesn't matter at all, which is nice. So yeah, we don't have to do that. I guess there's really only a few important things that we have to do. Right. Which will be stuff like res scenes. Like all of our resource nodes. So like rock dot scene. Because those do really matter, the speed at which those get instantiated, because it happens a lot. So a lot of other things, it doesn't really matter. because it just doesn't happen. But yeah, we get like our tree scene, and then we also need to do let's see, tree, oil, and that should be pretty much it. Oil deposit. So that's probably the most important things of all to cache. But yeah, doing vanilla stuff, the modding would be good for extra stuff that the game can run without, so people can disable them if they want. Also helps with making the main project list bloated. Yeah, that's absolutely true. I have thought about, like, definitely if I add some kind of DLC or anything like that, I'm not planning on it, you know, but if it were to ever happen, that would definitely be through the modding system, right? It would just be as simple as downloading a zip of the modded of the DLC or whatever, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. His latest version with the conveyor optimization is the experimental one. Yes, I think it is. That version's up on experimental now. So this modding stuff isn't though yet, obviously. There's still a little bit of things I want to do, so but it won't be that much longer, I think. There's not a whole lot more for me to do. But yeah. Yeah. Because I still want to have just a few basic like functions for people to play around with in order to actually add things into the game, right? So stuff like I don't know. Yeah, like adding a building to the buildings table, adding you know, whatever. And I do need to make some specific scenes kind of like open source, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, for example, the save component script. People need to be able to read this and know how the save component works and integrate this scene into their scenes, right? So there's stuff like that that will have to be like included along with the template. But yeah. It's either we include this or we have another script that can like add the save component. Which honestly, that's not a bad idea. Maybe we do that. But I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Might get a little complicated. But yeah, this all just takes time, you know. We just have to start making some real mods and experimenting and figuring out what we need to change to make it good, right? But at least I want to get some really basic stuff implemented. What's great is that texture packs and sound packs and all that already works great. So yeah, there's no issues there. I may have to make all of those assets public, like the sprites and stuff, because it's going to be really difficult to actually do something like a texture pack without having these assets. Of course, I don't like the idea of people just having all of the assets like available to them at their fingertips, but I mean, it's kind of going to be difficult not to have them, right? And I'd rather not have people decompile the game, so I think it's better than that, right? And yeah, the wiki also has them, right? That's the thing, yeah. So it's not a big deal to make them visible to everybody. There's a little a little voice in my head having an argument with itself. That's like, maybe I should just kind of have all the stuff visible. All the code and all the things, because it's gonna make it way easier to mod. Of course, then that means that people could just download the repository and have the game for free. So that's the problem, right? So I don't know. I probably won't make like anyone stuff me. Yeah, I know. That's yeah. Like anyone, if they really, really want to, can decompile the game. And so that's my dilemma right now is like, is having it open source really that like bad? So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to show everything. I'll definitely keep some stuff. I mean, yeah, I guess what I'll probably do is just have like yeah, good docs and good hooks. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do, because I mean, I don't really want the whole project just up and ready to go, right? I mean, anything that's pure technical stuff that can't really be modded anyways is fine to just keep hidden. So yeah. Of course, you know, people are welcome to decompile it if it's for a good reason, but I figured I don't want to do that for everybody because it'll just make it too easy. All of the stuff in the game still is, you know, rights reserved. It's my property, so I don't want people to, yeah, use it. Obviously, modding is epic, and people are more than welcome to use the game stuff for modding, but I don't want a case where somebody straight up rips the assets out of the game and releases Starground for free, right? Because that's not fun. So yeah. I mean, a lot of this stuff people don't need to ever have, you know. Like, nobody needs to have access to most of the scripts, which is really the important part, right? Because the script is like the assets, of course, but scripts are kind of the glue that makes everything work. Without that, it's kind of really difficult to recreate the project, or to, right? Because it's just not going to be the same thing. So we should be okay. But yeah. Anyways, let's get working on some stuff. So yeah, modding stuff working. We can replace things, which is great. But of course, there's a few things. I want like add building entry and then also add item entry. And so those will add those items to the resource, which is pretty important. So let's do that. I guess I probably want to load those before the mods get loaded, right? Because I need those to exist in order for the mods to add their entries to these, right? So that's kind of the thing. Yeah, that'll be fine. So those get loaded at the very beginning. Then that means people can add it into the loaded cache. So what I can say in here is just like, for adding an item, it should be relatively straightforward. We just go to the items table. And we essentially just kind of push it back into the global script. I'll have a little example of how to do that, obviously, right? But it should be pretty easy. We just need documentation on things like description and all these different tags, which is really not that hard, right? So it shouldn't be the worst thing ever. And this is just a, okay, so this is a dictionary. I'm pretty sure we can dynamically add things to a dictionary. As far as I know. Yeah, of course we can. So we could have like two variants of this, which is basically like one where you put in your own dictionary and one where it builds it for you, right? Just to make it easier, maybe? I don't know. What do you think would be better here? Should we just have one where you just write your own dictionary for an item, or should we have it be like where you pass in the name of the item and the sprite and stuff. What do you think would be better in this case? I'm just curious. I would also like to kind of change the formatting of some of these things. I guess this kind of works as an ID. I'm just thinking. The thing is that if I want to change the name of an item, right? Basically it screws everything up. Because this is like the display name and also the name. I did put name in here as like a separate thing, but I think it'll cause a lot of problems if I don't do this. If I don't change this right now. Man, I don't know. I'll just do this one as like... add item entry. We'll do the 2 variants. Add item entry. Inline? So that it's just like... No. Add item entry. How should I name this? Or I guess we just have 2 that's like build item entry. And that will build this for you. Right? So we'll have ID, name, and sprite. And then inside of here we can pass in our stuff, which will be ID, name, right, and sprite. And I also want to have an optional thing for like adding in a bunch more tags in here. Items table dot, let's see, merge. Let me type these. I leave for a second. Nah, it's all good. I was debating something in my head. So the thing with how like things are in the game right now, so for items and buildings and stuff like that, IDs are kind of also the same as the name. Actually, I just moved my desk up. And I think it might start causing some issues. So the thing is, like, say you want to change the name of iron ore. Say you want it to be called Crazy Ore, right? The problem with that is the name for iron ore uses this. This, like, the name is the ID of the item. And I imagine that could kind of start to cause some issues. because it basically means that people can never rename things, right? I do have all of these name things inside of the items, but honestly, that kind of needs to be changed, I guess. Well, no, this is fine, actually, yeah, to have the name in there. But this might need to be changed into ID. It's gonna mean I'm gonna have to change a lot of code in the game, and it's probably gonna kind of break some things, but I don't know. I should have thought about this earlier, I guess. I think people are okay with not being able to change the names. Well, yeah, it's just the problem is, like, I don't want to make everything corrupt if I ever do decide to change that. Because what if I want to change the name, right? And that's the thing. Yeah, so, like, what I mean by item IDs is, like, okay, let me open up a little... So let's say that you want to create an item. So I want to create copper ingot. You know, that could be in an inventory, it could just be on the ground, whatever. And so you call that function in global, right? And it'll basically say, like, you know, something like, I don't know. What do we... It'll take that name and then create a little thing using that name, right? Is that how a curly brace is? No, it's the other way. So it'll, like, create a little dictionary here, whatever, and it'll have, like... Yeah, I don't know. But the thing is that it uses this name. Say, okay, I've decided to rename this. This is no longer copper ingot in the dictionary or in the items table. Now I call it just copper. So all of the items that are copper ingot will try and search for that entry in here in the dictionary, but it'll fail because now it's called copper. And that's kind of the problem. So if I ever change this, it essentially breaks every single item that I changed, right? The benefit of an item ID is something, it's like, it stays static forever. So the ID could just be, you know, copper underscore ingot or whatever we do for the naming. And so that'll always be copper ingot, but it means that I can change the display name, right? So, like, the copper ingot display name can be changed to whatever I want, you know, and it lets me change it without breaking everything. So I might have to do something like that. It's gonna suck to change all this stuff, but we might have to. And I like how Minecraft has IDs. Yeah, I think that does work. Like, you can have namespaces, right? So everything in Starground would be... Oh, I changed the color. We would just call, like, okay, for iron ingots, it would be Starground iron ingot. Stuff like that. And so if someone else added a mod, they could say it's like mod ID. You know, cool thing. So yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't a question for what you said. I was just adjusting item IDs just before you said it. Oh, okay. What's up, Shyla? Our team created a plugin that generated JSON linking, okay, the built-in resource IDs to the resource path. Interesting. Only Godot allowed you to access the resource UIDs. I know, that would be nice, because that would be a really nice way of doing it, but I don't know. It doesn't really work. Make a display name. Yeah, that's essentially what this would be doing, right? Is changing... Because, like, that's the issue, is that the display name is kind of the item. And it's, yeah, not good. The thing is converting the pre-existing saves. This would be no problem if we were still in alpha, but we're not. So if I change all this stuff, what's going to happen is that we have to now run a little script to read every inventory in the game and fix them, which isn't ideal. But yeah. I mean, it probably won't take that long, realistically speaking. Yeah, I am working on modding stuff. That's sort of why, like, this is becoming more of a concern now. Modding does work. You can replace things. We're kind of working on this modding API thing. Oh, what's going on here? Can't access. Cache table. Cache table equals cache.cache table. That should have worked. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, that should work okay. Why is that dying? What's going on here? On null instance, cache table. Although it's right there. So cache is just null, I guess. I guess. Oh, it's the caching table. That would be why. If you add item IDs, please change the Star Launcher name when you're at it. Oh, yeah. I can definitely change that. Oh, trying to assign an array. Whoopsies. Yeah, not all these are dictionaries. Recipe table, all these should be dictionaries, yeah. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, modding works. You can put in mods here. This is the modding folder. I have a mod installed right now that'll do some funny things. It just replaces the stone breaking sound with the nuclear bomb sound. So it just does a massive explosion. But yeah. It's fun. I mean, it works well, so still I'm getting a little bit of lag from resource spawning. I'm not sure why, because I am caching those scenes in, so maybe I did it wrong. I do have to check on that. So yeah, it's a little weird. See, there's that stutter whenever this places things. But I have them all in here, so it should work. Using Godot's mod support? Yeah, I am. Loading bundles on runtime, I haven't looked at it. Yeah. So what it is it's just loading in zips and PCKs. I use zips just so people can, like, they don't have to necessarily install Godot to make a mod, right? But you could use PCKs just as well, although you'd have to do it through Godot. But all it is just in the docs here. There's a whole thing about it. Packs, patches, and mods, right? So what you can do is you can export a zip or PCK with resources inside of it. And at runtime, you can load that pack into your like resources folder, essentially. So if it's new stuff, it just adds it on and you can reference that now. If it's the same scene, then that means it replaces it. So it allows for people to change base game stuff. Say I want to change all the sounds in the whole game. You can just replace the sounds. You can name it as the same thing and then it replaces it. Yeah. It's really cool and it works super well. I think it's going to be awesome for modding once we kind of get it all worked out and get the game ready for that. Yeah, it's cool. It does have risks, of course, but I mean, really any kind of modding does. The only downside of this is that since you can replace behavior, people could potentially do bad things, right? Somebody could change a scene into malware, and your mod loads it in, it starts running, doing bad things. yeah, there can be dangerous parts about that. So yeah, it's not always perfect, but it is cool though. If you want, you could also cancel replacing and put the loaded mod in a specific folder if you want sandboxing. Yeah. So that would be basically just not allowing like overriding of like base game stuff, which could work too. But yeah, I don't know. It's cool though. I mean, really it's just, I just have to warn people about the risks, but of course there's always going to be risks with modding. If you're letting anybody modify your game, there's, you know, they can kind of do whatever they want. They can add bad things in. And even if it's like pretty safe where you don't have to worry about it very much, it all goes through an API and you can't actually change anything, there's still, odds are gonna be ways to get around that and still do bad things. So yeah, it's never really exactly perfect. It's kind of like two sides of a scale. It's like you can make it more flexible and allow people to do really cool stuff, but then you start to lose some security in that. Or you could kind of tilt it the other way. It's nice and secure, but now what you can actually do is extremely limiting. So yeah, there's pros and cons. Luckily with zips, you can actually read the zip before you load it, right? And so you can check for things. It's a little weird, right? But what you could do is it's Godot zip reader, and this lets you go into a zip and read it before you actually execute anything or load it into the project. And so with this, I kind of check and make sure the mod is actually formatted correctly and it has like an info file that I can read. And so this is really helpful. This isn't perfect though, because sometimes it's really difficult to know if something's doing something bad. You can hide it. It can be like you're referencing a DLL or something or some other separate like file, and so it's hard to automate a check for that. This would be a whole thing, like security and file scanning, right? So, but yeah. I like the trust system we talked about last time. Yeah, I think that is a good way to go about it. We were talking about doing a, basically doing like a hash sum on modded files, right? And kind of like having a system to verify like the security of mods. So like say someone puts up a mod, I can just do a quick review over it, make sure there's not any weird stuff going on, and I can add the hash of that file to like a GitHub repository. And so it's kind of like an online authentication thing. It's not perfect because obviously that means we have to manually review mods, which isn't always great, but it's better than not having it. It's just kind of a little extra piece of security of like, this mod is probably fine because it's been reviewed and verified. So yeah. Hope the zip reader has protection against zip bombing. It should. I mean, this just reads it. It reads it like one by one. So what you could do is if it gets over a certain number of files or something, you could just say, oh, stop reading it. This is way too many, right? And stuff like that. I don't think this actually unzips things, right? Like, it just reads it. So it should be okay, I think. But yeah. Yeah, even with those downsides, I think it's still a really good way to go about modding. You know, I just don't have the bandwidth to make a fully secure modding API like the... And I already talked about this last stream, you know, but like Factorio, basically everything is like... it's all through Lua. And so you can't actually like make your own bad code to do bad things because you have to call the Lua functions, right? But I don't know. I just don't have the time to implement a whole system like that. That's just crazy. Yeah, we'll fill up your hard drive. You can crash the game. Yeah, I mean, that's it's not a huge deal. You can just see, oh, looks like my game crashed at this mod. I'm just gonna delete it. So, yeah. Yeah, the only dangerous part about it really is just the actual, like, code inside of the zip. So, and most of the time it'll probably be pretty, safe. But there could be someone trying to do some bad things. I really wish Godot could ban the use of OS functions and stuff like that. You know, like I could just say, no OS functions on these scenes, and that would be great. Because I could just, like, check what scenes were added, and then, you know, ban OS on all of them. And that would honestly probably prevent, like, 99% of the bad things. But, I don't know. It would prevent the really easy stuff of just saying like OS dot, you know, erase or whatever. I'm sure there's like a way to delete things. Well, you can do it with file system or like file access or whatever. And then it's like you could overwrite things with just an empty file. And that's probably what you do. But yeah, I just wish there was a way to make this safe. I don't know. Like just a flag, you know, somewhere like ban, like to sandbox it. Because it, you know, sure, it really sucks if the game deletes your save or something in the user file, but it's not the end of the world. The end of the world case is that somebody gets your passwords and your credit card info, and that's the bad one. So I really would like to prevent that somehow, but I don't know. It's just kind of like, I don't know. I don't know how we do that. But yeah, I'll have some kind of like little warning, you know, for non-verified mods, and it should be okay. I think that's the best we can do. Why only my copper and iron circle can also my Bitcoin? Oh god. Yeah, I gotta watch out for that too. Yeah, it'd be great. Ban OS and everything, and then add your own controlled functions for things like adding a mod file or something like that. Yeah, exactly. I also wish there's a way with the loading of zips to prevent like specific files from being overridden, right? Like for example, this script that does some sensitive file stuff, maybe totally ban that from being overridden, right? And so it's just another little extra layer of like security because it prevents things like that from, yeah, for people getting around things. And, you know, for example, load mods or load save data, they could do some bad things in here. So yeah. And luckily it's like, to override this behavior, it has to be the same name, right? So it's not that hard for me to just look through and be like, whoa, why is there modifying global? And then look inside and see what they're doing, right? And yeah. Mod override the mod letter. Yeah, it would be pretty stupid. So people probably won't do that, I hope. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. As long as I'm not like liable for you know, bad things, hopefully we'll be okay. I'm gonna throw up a big old warning about using unverified mods or just mods in general, you know? And so hopefully that'll help a little bit of like, you know, go at your own risk. I'm not legally liable for this stuff, right? So yeah. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh god, right. We're looking at the items table and stuff. Yeah, what I'd have to do is totally change this, right? So if I do create item, it's like item, oh wait, it's not in the script. Duh. Let me check in here. So this is essentially what gets created every time, right, for an item. It stores the name, amount, and whether it's held. So this is sort of where, this is what I need to change. I need to make this not do the name, but the ID. So then it's a matter of checking the ID and pulling the name up from the item dictionary, which won't be too complicated. Like, that's easy, but the problem is the other part of it, fixing all the old saves. So I'm just gonna have to keep loading up saves and checking that everything's fine when we make this change, right? I guess we can get started on it. I hate to do it, but... And I'm also gonna append Starground on. This lets us have like things that have the same name but a different ID, right? And so that's what's good too. This will help a lot with mod like conflicts, because if you have a namespace, then it's this mod, you know, ID. So even if it has the same name, it doesn't actually break anything, right? They just have the same name. So it's just kind of yet another reason to switch over to an ID system. It's going to take me forever to go through and replace all these, but I think it's going to be for the better. I mean, hopefully it's not like super time consuming. We'll see. Oops. Watch out for mistakes that I keep making. So this will be fuel cell. Steel. It's better I do this now, because I don't want people to get all their mods made with this system, right? Of like the name being the ID. And then I change it, and now all of the mods that have been created are unusable. Right. But yeah. This would be iron ingot. So basically these IDs will never change, because if it changes, then it's a different item. So yeah. There will be cases eventually later down the line where I change the name of something and then the ID is different from the name. But it's okay. It's kind of a sacrifice that we have to make. I was just thinking, is there a way to extend scripts? There should be. Basically, if it's a class of something, right? So if like this is has the global class or whatever, right? It would mean that you could just say extends global, and then you can inherit the same functions and modify them. So you can actually extend behavior pretty easy. Which is nice if people really wanted to, right? And I'll probably have class references for specific things. I'm going to try and, of course, standardize things as much as I possibly can so that it's kind of a really consistent pattern of like, oh, this uses fuel and stuff. Well, then it has the same names and things like that so that you can like extend off of that behavior in a consistent way. Oops. So times where having an employee helps a lot. Maybe one day if I can make enough money. I mean, I do have quote-unquote employees. But they don't code, so... Totally could create a script to, like, do this for me, but... You know, at what point is it really worth it? It's not that hard for me to go through and just replace these, so it's like, I don't know. I'd say this type of IDs are better than numeric IDs, even if it means they might not match with this name in the future. Yeah, I definitely agree, because it's just way easier to remember, you know? If you want to create oil, it's just Starground oil. It's not ID 4047. It's like, you know, what does that even mean? It's human readable, and I think that's really important. And yeah, there's, of course, that risk of it not matching up. I think that happens in Minecraft all the time. I know there's some things that don't really quite match the ID, so... I spent all day and, you know, it just is what it is. I added a little more living space, but... Yeah, and it's just better not to store the name of it, like, in here, because if you have a mod that changes the name of an item or something, for example, then... it works with multiplayer. That's the big thing. With all this stuff that I add in, I have to make sure it kind of works with everything.
Did someone say oil from Recco?
Dude. Maybe. That's crazy. This little steel rotor. I'm just kind of giving it a really quick glance through and make sure I didn't mess any up. If I do make a mistake, please let me know. So far, I don't think I have, but, you know, if I make a mistake, then it stays like that. That's the problem. Mistake. Automaton, not automation. Oh, yeah. Well, it's not taking too long. We're already into the resources and the artifacts, which is at, like, the very top, so... we're pretty much done. Which is nice. But there's still a lot more work to be done with this system. I should just copy this first little blurb. This one's weird, because it's not really an item, right? But it works for now. Okay, I think we're done with the items. So that's epic. So the good thing is that we already have the names in here. So it's like name bomb, name nuclear bomb. So now renaming them is just a matter of changing it in here, and it just works, which is great. And so yeah, everything in the game will have a namespace, and then the like ID. Starground collector efficiency. Yeah. It's a little stupid, but it's okay. Maybe what I'll do is just rename this to collector efficiency or something. Well, I do. Someday down the line, I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. Right. This is just a temporary hack. But yeah. Okay, items table is done, so we're getting there. I'm just gonna work on the conversion of just that stuff for now. So let's not get to the building IDs yet, because that's just a whole nother thing that I have to do, right? So we're going to wait on that. It also means in every spot like this, ingredients, I'm going to have to rename this to their IDs. It's, you know, not the worst thing ever, but it'll take a minute. And we're really going to have to change this whole system. It's going to be complicated. Yeah. This is going to touch a lot of things in the game. So, God, that means I have to convert the research tables, like the research info stuff. There's a lot I have to convert. Oh well. Let's get started. Hey, how's it going? What's up? How's it going? I'm currently going through the worst stuff right now. Oh. I'm basically changing the whole naming system of items and buildings and everything in the game. Before, the name was always a part of the ID, so the name and ID were the same. But now with modding stuff, that starts to kind of suck. So, yeah. Okay, so all I'm gonna do is just say in inventory data. We're just gonna loop through. And this will just be... I mean, we could always just say new saves are no longer compatible, but I kind of don't like doing that. What I'm using for modding, I'm not using like a plugin or anything. It's just using like vanilla Godot abilities. So Godot has the ability here to load in PCKs and zips with files. So what you can do is just say load the resource pack and it just loads it in. And so you can like, yeah, just the PCK overriding. I am doing with zips and not PCKs because that means people can like make mods and resource packs and whatever they want. Like without having to install Godot and stuff, but yeah. I'll struggle with multiple mods at once sometimes. Like with conflicts and that kind of stuff, or what? Or just like loading in multiple mods. Yeah, well that's the thing, like there's always that risk. And so to kind of combat that, what we're doing right now is changing namespaces. Or like adding namespaces, not changing it. So now all the items in the game will have this. It'll say Starground and then the item. So it's essentially an ID and a namespace for every item in the game. So that's kind of one way, because now if you added an item, you'll use your mod ID instead of Starground. And so it'll kind of prevent items and buildings from overriding each other and stuff in the items table. Or all these tables, right? So that's one way to fix it. The other part of it is that I am going to be adding functions into this global mod API script that people can access. And this essentially lets us prevent issues like that. So with build item entry, it's like saying create an item entry and then add it to the items table. Right. So it I'm basically setting it up so that like mods will use this system so that we can add things in a way that it doesn't cause collisions. But yeah. Should work okay, I think. Yeah, unless you disable overriding, put the mod in some folder, then you make it impossible for people to completely change the vanilla scene script. That's a thing, yeah. Like, I really do want people to override base game stuff, because I think that opens us up for, like even just today, I was experimenting with modding stuff. it allows us to do fun things, like we can change sounds and sprites and all that stuff, right? And so I want people to be able to do all that. I think it's a good thing. Oh yeah, see now this is gonna cause us a lot of issues. So get item data will now be item ID. Does that work? Okay, we're gonna have to do this, but that's not a big deal. Oh yeah, no dot. Okay. There's ways to extend individual functions to make it so people don't have to override. Yeah. So yeah, like adding an extending of files instead of overriding. Yeah. I mean, it's maybe something we'll do way later down the line. I think for now, allowing overriding's okay. But yeah. I'm just going to keep working to make it as easy as possible not to override because, yeah, that causes conflicts, of course. I think it's kind of like on the modders to be careful about that, right? And use the functions I give them because there's always going to be some cases where to really get it to what you want, you're probably going to have to fully override something, which is fine, you know? So yeah. Okay, so this will return the right thing now. There's going to be a whole lot of issues. Yeah, changing this ID stuff is... it's going to be a hassle. It's going to require a lot of code to fix old saves, right? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, non-existent function that has and null. That should work. Global items table dot get. Oh, I guess we need to do global dot get item data. I do it right there. Interesting. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of crashes right now. But it's okay. We'll work it out. Also, I missed a message back here. Abra, are you still here? Okay, where's that? Invalid access to property or key stack size on a base object of type nil. So it's because inventory is null. So this is gonna have to change. This will now be ID. Oh, if I could do it. Okay. Get item data. So, With a lot of these, it should be mostly okay. But we're going to keep getting constant issues like this. So in all these spots where I reference name, I can no longer do that. I'm going to have to do ID now. God, it's going to take a minute. I'm just going to search everything in the project where I reference name, which is going to be 809 times. Actually, let's match case. Okay. Match case of name, find. Okay, that's a little better, but still a lot. Yikes. Let's say dot name, because that's really what I'm checking for. Hey, div matchup, what's up? How's it going? Okay, that's not the worst thing ever. 161 of them. Back, welcome back, MBG. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to go through and fix all these. Item name. So we get into some cases where like this is different. So we're gonna have to say instead of i.name, we need to say global.get item data i.id. So there's gonna be cases like that all over the place. This is going to take a very long time. Oh, man. Yeah, this really sucks. So get item data is invdata.id. .id output.id, and then stuff like this, which is like it's gonna be gonna have to totally redo stuff. Boundaries ID. Thank God I made the get data function at least. So this will be global.get data i.id. God, we're gonna be here forever. Oh God, and all of those ones I didn't say .name after. Okay. I have to be careful with that. I'm gonna ignore some of the researcher stuff for now, because that's gonna be a big thing. We also have to change slot filters and stuff, which is gonna suck. So I've got amount. So this has to be changed. Global get item data. Inventory, instead of saying name, we have to say ID. Dot stack size. Okay. So this is global.create item dictionary. I'll put that ID. Sorry. Let me read some messages in here. Serialize an idea. Yeah, it would be cool. I don't know. We'll have to figure out. We can probably create a mod that does it. It's going well. Just finished creating an inventory with no dynamic action, except dropping single item, stacking, destroying the sprite when spawning the last one in your inventory. Nice, nice. It's honestly a big part of it, yeah. So we're going to work on the ability for the player to select an item in cases of multiple items, and then it's drag and drop time. Nice. Sounds like it's going pretty good, which is always great. Yeah. Trust me, once you get the inventory stuff set up, it's nice. Right. Player.held items. Pretty sure that has to be a capital ID. The other day, Twitch recommended me the Donald Trump Twitch stream. Answer could be Kamala Harris. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. So if text ID is not equal to Starground and AI. Held items. Oh shoot, that's not a capital ID. Okay. When I think about it, our presidential spokesperson streams Counter-Strike. Oh yeah? That's kind of epic. I wish our presidents just streamed Counter-Strike. Would be pretty awesome. But no. We just have to stream boring stuff. Residential debate and whatnot. Yeah, sorry if this is gonna get very boring here, but it's just gonna take time. You know, I could say, I should have done this system from the very beginning, but it's all just a learning process. I mean, I just kind of didn't know, you know? Now I know. Now I really know. But it's okay. I won't ever make this mistake ever again, so that's what matters. But yeah, still just working on Starground. We are adding modding support, and I kind of have to change a lot of this stuff into you know, not how it worked before was IDs are the same as names. It's not necessarily like a massive mistake, right? But it's just that it's yeah. It causes issues with modding because the name being the same as the ID means that I can't change the names and stuff, and so it just causes a lot of problems, right? Some things I have to be careful that I haven't changed yet. Okay. It's just man. And I'm like 99.99% sure that we're gonna have to go through a million crashes before we can actually get this working, which is super fun and awesome. So yeah. But yeah, it just is what it is. I just, you know, Foresight's 2020 or whatever they say. Of course, if I knew that this very moment was going to happen, I would have done IDs from the very beginning, but I just didn't know, so it is what it is. Sprayinfo.name. Yeah, there's a lot of spots. I'm gonna have to fix this. ID. It's been all swapped over to ID. Okay. Okay, to add modding support in my game. I mean, it's awesome what modding support can do, but it also means breaking things and having to fix things for modding, which always kind of sucks a little bit. But it is what it is. Ugh, excuse me. This is gonna be probably just a big debugging kind of day. Truth is, I don't know if we'll actually get to cooking stuff today. Probably not. I hope we do. But, you know, truth is, this is gonna take a long time. So we'll see. And the problem is that I can't just go in here and, like, just do it willy-nilly. Just replace old, because there's a lot of cases where it's not the same name thing, where I'm doing like get item data dot name, and that's a total valid use of that, right? And so it sucks. I just have to grind it out. It's probably gonna break conveyors, it's gonna break splitters, it's gonna break old inventories until I can go through and fix all of it. So what is this? This is in save component. See, that's okay to leave as name. Do I know what I gotta do?
My plate is filling up and I've surely had enough, but I guess I'll just have to take it. I've been led into this false reality where I'm told that it will all be worth it. Why should I put my trust into the system they've created when the system's completely broken? Waiting for the time when nothing's on my mind. I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
But yeah, 95% of game breaking stuff is is breaking stuff and fixing whenever you make a major update. Yeah. Yeah, it's not just a matter of like it is adding IDs, but the thing is just right. It's the fact that everything relies on the old way. So it's just a huge thing of like going through and changing it all. But it'll be for the better. Oh my god, I can't. Okay.
I'm stuck inside this loop where I don't know what to do, and I haven't found an escape route. Billy's got it right, my mind's on overdrive. I'm feeling like I'm out of sheep now.
Right now I'm just gonna kind of focus on like replacing all these instances of name. And then we'll get to a spot where we can run through the game and check for cases where it's not the right name, where it's like still the ID, and just fix those. We are not there yet, but one day, really hope. See weapon data.
Waiting for the time when nothing's on my mind. Thinking about this and thinking about that. I'm using up all my wisdom. I'm stuck inside this loop where I don't know what to do. And I haven't found an escape route. Billy's got it right, my mind's on overdrive. I'm feeling like I'm out of sheep now.
This is going to cause so many crashes. It's insane. Doing it manually throughout your whole code base. How much code do you think your game is? It's a lot. It's hard to say exactly how many, right? But I would assume at this point it's probably definitely in the tens of thousands. Easily. I'd probably estimate maybe say on average a scene is like 500 lines. I'd say probably at least 50,000. It is a lot of code. I'm gonna change some code here. I have this little script here I'm just gonna update. Oops, that was supposed to be that one. Yeah, this is just gonna be a enormous effort. Oh my god. It's okay. I mean, we're getting there, you know, we're more than halfway through, I would say. All this research stuff, that was gonna suck. I'm gonna wait on that. That stuff gets very scary. Because it's complicated, you know. It's pretty dense with stuff. It's not, God, and the filter stuff, the movers. And like force filters. Why is that filter.name? I don't know. But, you know, I've got all this saved on GitHub, so we're okay. You know, even if this is all stupid and bad, I can just kind of revert things a little bit. This really will be breaking pretty much everything in the game, I think. Is research just another word for crafting your game? No, research is a whole different thing. Research is like unlocking new things. So not the same as crafting. Not at all. And the research stuff is gonna be a freaking pain to correct, right? Don't know why I'm doing this. This will be faster. I don't know why I do this sometimes. Global.get item data. I guess I just forgot that function exists. Yeah, sorry if this is boring. Odds are it's gonna be pretty freaking boring. Why wouldn't it be? But I'm getting there. I mean, we're like 3/4 of the way there. But then the problem is going to be the crashes we have to fix, right? This is going to be a pain, man. I'm going to have to, it's definitely going to crash. I mean, there's going to be constant crashes. So, but we just kind of go one by one, fix them all. Hopefully we'll work it out. One day. Don't know when that's going to be. How do I do this? Global dot. Data.name. Data.id. Well, here, let's just do this. Get item data, data.id, and then so if item data.get, then we already have item data. So I don't have to check that anymore. Okay. I mean, in doing this, you know, it's also really good for refactoring things and kind of making things better. Like this, I reference that stupid thing again. So, you know, I mean, it's not the most stupid thing ever. It's pretty stupid, but can't be all seeding process nice. Yeah, that's fair. Are there switch statements in GD script? Yes, there is. I never stream again. No. I'm so sorry. Here, where do I get item data? Here, I'm just gonna do this. Get item data, data.id. Now we replace the item data as a heart. And we're good, otherwise... Yeah, get rid of that. Okay. That's a little bit more simple in here now. You've never called them switch statements. Interesting. Yeah, I know them as switch statements. I've never heard of match statements. I mean, is that what Godot uses? Yeah, match I think is what Godot uses, but it's literally a switch statement. They just have to be all quirky and use match instead of instead of switch. I don't know why. Okay, I gotta use it here. Yeah. Get the sprite. And text. Yeah, this is all gonna have to change. Okay, that's get count. So if i.id is equal to item ID. Why would I check if item ID is not null? Right? There must be some case where I do actually do that. Then remove them out. So this gets into sort of our inventory code. Item name, oh yeah. And that's just checking a full-on item. So that'll be replaced with ID. So replace that with ID. I can't wait for our inventory to be totally broken. It's fun confusing. There are some necessary functions that aren't already implemented in GScript, but then there are some pretty random ones that you can easily implement a couple lines. Yeah, it is weird. Yeah, I've noticed that with a lot of things, like even just like a function for getting sign within a range, like I have to do manually, and it's kind of weird. This needs to be changed to ID filter. New item. Whoa. I get the wrong amount? Yeah, I do. Okay, well, that's probably fixed some stuff. This needs to be ID filter. This needs to be ID filter. That amount, I don't see any names in there. Push back I.ID. Item.id, item.id, item.id. God, this is going to break everything. I think I'm going to check and make sure this works on a new save first. Right? And make sure that it kind of does work, and then we'll worry about fixing the old save. Right? I think that's probably going to be the best way here. God dang it. I do it again. ID, Yeah, we're getting really close. Actually, wait, I think we might be there. Yeah, because I started at the bottom here. Okay. So I think we've replaced every instance of it. One thing we do have to fix, though, now is the recipe table. All these that say name, this all has to be fixed. This one isn't that long, so it's not a big deal, but this has to be changed to their IDs now. ID, Starground, copper, ingot. Okay. And pretty soon we can actually load up the game and see what happens. It's gonna be all sorts of broken. Man, it's gonna be bad. I'd be amazed if the inventory actually just kind of works. You know what I mean? If it actually just, like, you can pick up items and move them around, that's fantastic. Recipes gonna need IDs. Yes, they will need IDs also. But I just want the items to work right now. I think we've got to sort of take this in steps, you know. So here, just to make this easier, I'm just going to go through here and replace every instance of name, right? Because it's going to take, it'll be faster this way if I can just go, you know, boom, boom, boom. And then we'll go through and set the IDs on all these. I'm just gonna move this for now. Oh. Get recipes in single file. Congrats, yeah. I have those all nice and organized in the recipes table. So far, the table, like, format has been really good. I'm glad I kind of swapped everything over to that, because it just makes it very easy to, like, have a reference for these things, right? Uh-oh. Oh, it's okay. I just deleted the, this one. Because it means I can, like, say, oh, here's our item, and go find the data on that item. So I can change data whenever I want, right? It's good. So we got an ad. Now we can start to, I'll just copy this, right? And that'll speed it up a little bit. Starground gear, Starground rotor, on stone. Starground wood. Steel. Starground. What do we got? Hydrate. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you're getting ads. You might not be then. Also posture check. Okay. But yeah, nothing really goes as expected. I mean, it's all, you know, a learning experience. All of it is. Right. And yeah, it's better I make this change now before we start modding stuff, because it'll get complicated. Yeah, the only thing worse than me having to do this is everybody having to do it. You know what I mean? All the people that make mods having to remake their mod, because I don't want people to get like a bad opinion about modding, you know? Go into it and then, oh, you changed everything in the game? I'm not going to mod your game anymore. Right. That would just kind of suck, so I don't want people to run away from modding. Okay, so that's all been worked out there. Is there anywhere else I reference that stuff? I mean, there is, but hopefully it's okay for now. Just right now, I'm going to delete that mod in here because now it's out of date. Oh, it's open. Let me try again. Okay, close it. I accidentally broke everything. Here, do I have one open? No, I have to go find it now. Dang it. Let's go to %app data %. Starground. Oh yeah, it's in Godot. A, B, C, D, F, G. Godot app user data, Starground mods. Get out of here. Okay. Let's see if the game opens. It might not. Yeah, I do have a test mod. And it works well, but probably not anymore. Okay, so the game opens at least. That's good, right? But as soon as we make a new save, it's probably crash time. Yeah, there it goes. So I wonder what it is. Oh yeah, it's all the research. That's gonna be broken. Is initialize game, add player, ready, request data, better automation, set research. So we're saying ingredient.item names, global.get item data, id.name. So we get item D. If we don't get it, then we return items table. Starground NAI. So that should work. Right here. Starground NAI. And that has name and stuff. So I wonder what it is. Okay, see Dev Mashup. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. And yeah, good luck with your game. Hopefully inventory stuff goes smoothly. Make sure to use an ID system while you're ahead. Okay, so what's going on here? It loads it. So it requests that. It says settle the stuff, and then in set research, this is where we're having issues. So it crashes right here. It just can't get name. Because I.id doesn't exist. So for I in loop object. Research reference. Right, research also has to have ID set. That's why it's crashing. Okay, so it's not the end of the world. We just had to go through here and set IDs. This one probably won't be as bad. But at least it's kind of working. Maybe. Man, this is probably going to be a multi-day fix. You know, I'm just thinking about how much this is going to suck. It's going to take us a minute. And like the unlocks and stuff, that's going to be all wrong. Right? But we'll get to that. I actually have to go to for advantage of. Nah, no problem. Thanks for popping in, MBG. I appreciate it. And have a good rest of your night. I'll let you know when this modding stuff. Well, of course you'll know. I'll put up an announcement. But yeah, hopefully we can get this kind of working a little bit better. Yeah, the big worry for me is just converting this into the new system, right? Like, it's not too bad to change this. I mean, I just... Ugh. I hope people don't, like, freak out and leave negative reviews because their saves are broken, you know, from the new update. But that's why this is on the experimental branch, so... Okay, that's all been fixed. Let's see if this crashes still, which it probably will. I mean, we've changed so much code, it's crazy. So let's see. Yeah. So this is all the research stuff. This is in the item cost indicator, so we have item name. I'm gonna rename that to item ID. Then find amount. That'll be new ID. Okay. And all this stuff. Item name. That'll be item ID. Name, item name, find ID. Find item ID. Get count, item ID. Okay. Let's load it up again. This is gonna be a constant load up, new save, crash, load up, new save, crash until we can get it working. And then we can kind of keep moving to the next steps, right? We can move up from instant crash to maybe not instant crash until we mine a resource and then crash. And Not all of it might be crashes. There's probably going to be some cases where we get null items. So... oh my goodness. Just going to keep fixing it every crash. In some of these cases, I could probably just skip the error and, like, see what next crashes it, but... okay. Oh. Ah. Equals Starground stone. Okay, so it'll just stop. I have to kill and start the game again. This is gonna feel like it's never gonna end. It'll eventually get there, you know. So that's working now. Start getting those lag spikes, but it's not a big deal right now. Okay, so here's like, okay, so yeah. So we add item data. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Devinia? How's it going? How I can't talk. How is it going? Yeah, I hope you're doing good. Two AM already? Ah, man. This is how it goes. Yeah, I'm currently sort of changing a big whole part of the game right now. It's a lot of work. How everything in the game was before, it would do, the name of the item is the same as the ID, right? Basically, I'm separating name and ID. And it is a change for the better, right? It will be a good thing that I'm doing this, but it's gonna take a minute. Yeah. Also, Sebastian, when will it be available for Mac users? I would like to get it working for Mac users soon, but it's hard. Because Apple makes it really suck to develop for Mac. And that's kind of the problem, right? But hopefully I can get that going at some point. I just have to pay for a subscription, and it's just all this stuff that comes with it, right? So, yeah, unfortunately, it's not a very easy thing. And it's just as frustrating as it is for me for the people that actually want it for Mac, right? So it's, yeah. And you have to have a Mac. I do have a Mac, but it might be like the wrong OS version, which is another whole stupid thing. If your Mac isn't like the newest OS, or I think the second to last OS or something, you can't make anything on Mac. And so it's just this massive list of hoops you gotta go through. And I'll get there one day. I just, yeah. It's hard. Until then, there might be like some way to emulate like Linux or Windows on Mac. I honestly have no idea, because I don't really mess with my Mac very often, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, but hopefully there's some way. Okay, so this is very interesting. I was able to pick up the item, and it seems like I can move it around and do stuff with it, right? Obviously, it says Starground Stone, which is fine. Now, this stuff is also going to drop null items, which is okay. I just have to keep going through here and fixing all this stuff. Okay, I think that was all the references in there, so that's fixed. Save that. Let's just keep sort of grinding away at things. So for our tree, we have to do Starground apple, and we have to do Starground wood. We have to fix that for copper. Starground copper ore. And iron. Well, Mac isn't bad. It's just how Apple handles, like, how it treats their developers bad. Because I mean, compared to something like Windows, where it's super easy to make things, Mac just sucks to make things on. I do like Mac. I mean, I've never had a problem with, you know, Apple products themselves. I have an iPhone. I think Macs are a good device, but the problem is just developing on Macs is not good. Right. So that's the difference. They just make it suck. Yeah. Man, I already said why, but yeah. There's just so many reasons why. And you have to pay to do it too. Because you have to sign your applications and stuff, and man, it sucks. Okay, let's see. This should drop regular iron now, which it does. I do really want to thoroughly test this inventory stuff of like swapping items around and merging to make sure it doesn't do any weird things, right? Because I really don't want it to like randomly merge different items together and stuff. But developing Mac OS is great, developing for Mac is not. Yeah, exactly. Developing for Mac is where you got to jump through all the hoops, but there's nothing wrong with developing on Mac, yeah. Like, exporting for Windows or Linux on Mac is the exact same as exporting for Windows or Mac, or... Sorry. Exporting for Windows or Linux on Mac is the same as it is on Windows or any other computer, but it's just the other way around, yeah. It starts to suck. But yeah, one day I'll get to that. I do want to, you know, so... It's just, yeah. Today is not that day. I'm really gonna have to dig into Godot tutorials and figure out how to actually get things signed, and I'm gonna have to pay the fee in order to build it for Mac, and I'm probably gonna have to keep paying the fee. At least I'm pretty sure there's a fee. I know there's like a iOS fee, but I'm assuming that we probably have the same fee for Mac signing. Okay, so this is odd. I have to fix an issue here, which is in the tooltips, or it's called like tutorial or whatever. So I placed down the building, but it's not doing it right. Which I think I'm doing get count, yeah. And I save that. That fixes the tutorial. Oh, it crashed. So what crashed on it? Oh, ingredient.item ID. Fix that. I'm also just gonna search for everywhere I say get count. And we're gonna fix that, right? Starground coin. Starground coin. Seems like there's a lot of that. Remove amount. This also has to be Starground coin. Good count MID. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one should be okay, I think. Get count, Starground, chainmail glove. Get count selected tool. That's probably going to cause some issues, but we'll work that out when we need to. There's a lot of other things to work out first. We need one OS, we should call it our OS. I feel like I've heard that somewhere. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the market share is pretty tiny these days anyways. Yeah, that's the other part of it. I mean, as much as I would love to have it on Mac, it's a lot of work when less than 1% of people are even on Mac on Steam, right? So it kind of sucks. I mean, even though I like have it supported for Linux too, it's just there's like barely anyone on Linux either. I think out of our player count, it's like less than 10% is Linux. So I mean, it's still, you know, I'm glad I have it for Linux. It's because it's easy to put on Linux. You literally just okay, build it for Linux also, and you're done. Yeah, not as easy with Mac. It's just hard to. Oh, why did I put an S in there? It's hard to justify the time spent on something like that, you know, when it's like maybe 2 or 3 people would ever buy the game on Mac, right? That's how bad it is. That's how low it is. So I'm sure part of that is the fact that like Mac users just don't have games to buy that supports Mac, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I never fixed coal. Okay, I think I fixed all the issues with it crashing. It's just ironic that I say that. And it happens right at that moment. Items table, we're gonna do item data. I'm gonna search for that global dot items table dot get, right? Because really, I should not be doing that anywhere. Global dot get item data. Why would I put false in there? Oh. Proper language wouldn't even compile. You mean with all my errors? Godot, GDScript's a real language, what do you mean? People do love to hate on GDScript and Python because it's, you know, allows for dynamic typing and stuff. But I have no gripes with it. This is not GDScript's fault. This is my fault. You know. Okay, worked all that out. Let's test this again. This is really just going to be a constant incremental, like, crash, check again for where the problem is. What's that? Oh, I guess there's just a little island over there. I think I will save this just so I don't go through this whole process of the tutorial over and over and over. And it's good to check saving and loading anyways, right? So let me save this as ID test. Okay, so that one crashed. It's because item ID. Key ID. Oh, that's weird. Why am I doing this? Right? I'm just stupid. Okay. Don't get me wrong, GDScript can be nice for quick prototypes, game jams, not for a full feature game like Starground. We have complex systems. I mean, I kind of disagree, you know? I think people really love to blame Godot for not being able to handle complex systems, but I think if you actually just spend time to like plan things and design your own system for these kinds of things, I think it works great. I think Godot handles this kind of game just fine, honestly. And all of the cases where I've had issues, it's just because it's my own fault. You know, like not adding in IDs from the beginning is not Godot's fault. That's my fault. So, but you know, I mean, that's fair. People have their own opinions about that stuff, and there's no problem with that, right? Oh, that's what I'm doing here. It's not about Godot, it's more about GDScript. Well, that's the thing. GDScript can be statically typed. It's just that it's my fault, again. Right? Once again. You can easily statically type in GDScript. Say I want this to be a bool, I just do that. And now it's statically typed, right? Or it's on the other side, but... So, yeah. Also, we got hydrate. And that's been in here for a while. I think it's been here since 3, but I don't know. I haven't used 3 ever before. But yeah, you can statically type in Godot. Again, it's just... it always kind of goes back to that point that it's my fault, right? So, I just have to be better about that. And there's options where you can force it where it'll throw non-statically typed things as an error, right? And that's a pretty good way of forcing yourself to do it. So you can totally easily turn it into a statically typed engine and project. It's somewhere here in like the editor settings, I think. There's like a warnings tab where you can enable that, but yeah. I just don't have it enabled because it would, you know, break my whole project because I never statically type things, but I'll get better with that over time. I've been doing that more recently, and I think it's, yeah, it'll be fine. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is fix the buildings table, because this is actually referencing the old name system, and that's why it keeps crashing, so I just have to replace all of these with IDs. So that it doesn't crash. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I love Godot. There's always going to be pros and cons, you know? And some people really value some of the pros with a different language, and that's fine. You know, if you want, you could even use C# and Godot, and there's no problem with that, right? I know a lot of people that are making games in Godot with C#. And that's great, you know. I don't do that just because I like GDScript, and even though it can be a little quirky at night, I don't mind it, you know. I always realize it's just my fault. And I think in a lot of ways it makes me a better programmer when I accept that fact. And like I could get around all these issues by like forcing myself to statically type and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know. sometimes I value the speed of dynamically typing too. And that's the other part of it. Like, I could make a game in C++, or I could make a game in whatever lower level language that doesn't, let me stretch as much, like assembly or something, or C, or just something more low level. But I'm just one person programming this whole game, and so even though GDScript does have its quirkiness, I love just being able to throw things together super fast. And yeah, that means I'm gonna have to probably go back and fix things later, but that's not always a bad thing. It's how we learn, right? Like with this whole thing, it's like, man, this is a massive, big, sucky change, and I hate it. But it's for the better, and now I know, right? So hey, the king, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I definitely won't be making this mistake again, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I am just going through and fixing the item system in the game. For a long time, I've used a system where items are essentially like their names and IDs are the same. So if you reference an item, you just reference the name. But it might be pretty obvious what those problems are. Like, okay, oh, I don't know. You want to change the name of an item. Well, too bad, because if you change the name of your item, it changes its ID, and now every single item in the game that was that item is now no longer that item. Right, so you can see how quickly, immediately, like, things can get really, messy with that, so... And yeah, although this sucks to fix all the IDs, it's for the better. Let's write a quick JS for that. It's fine. I mean, like, I thought about doing that, but in all honesty, this doesn't really take me that long in the time it would take to write a script that does it and work out all the issues and back everything up so I don't accidentally erase everything. I might as well just do it myself manually. I know it's fun to make tools to solve your problems, but in some cases like this where like it's not always exactly formatted the exact same way, I'd rather just do this by hand. I mean, what, I saved like 5 minutes. It's just, I'd rather like, and also the thing is too, is like, I could just do it, yeah, like with a regex, but I'm kind of also refreshing myself and reading through things and fixing issues when I see them, of things I should fix anyways, right? And there's something kind of a value with that, right? Looking back through everything one more time, it kind of, I don't know, gets my brain stirring a little bit about how to improve things. I definitely could not do anything like that in the actual scripts because they're just so different that it would break everything. It might work for like one script, but then I'm gonna sit there for another 20 minutes trying to make it work for another, and at that point, I could have been done 10 minutes ago. So yeah, I don't know. And to be honest, I just haven't really done a whole lot of stuff like that. Like, I've used regex and stuff, but I'm not so fluent in it that I could just go quickly pull it up and pull up VS Code and make something in 2 seconds. I'd have to kind of figure it out. Yeah, I do really value speed with these kinds of things, even though it would be faster if I knew how, but... I mean, I know it's not very complicated. It's just find the right function for the regex, scan through the file, replace the line, but sometimes easier said than done. And this really isn't that long of a file, so... I mean, I don't know exactly how long I've been doing this file for, but it's probably not even 10 minutes. Only 1K? Well, but I mean, when it's not like we have to go through the whole 1K. It's kind of just like, you know, hit these scroll up past 50 lines and, you know, we're right at the top, so it's not a big deal. Well, it doesn't probably look... God, I can't talk. Well, it probably doesn't look like it too. Like, as I go through here, I'm kind of like just checking up on everything. Because sometimes it can be easy to screw these things up. Okay. Yeah, we're good. So, let's go do that again. What games have I worked on? I've worked on a few. I've worked on all sorts of games that never really saw the light of day, right? And those are all hidden away on my hard drives. There's a lot of reasons for that, I think. Half of it's lack of creativity, the other half is just lack of skill, which I've, you know, not to toot my horn or whatever, but working on this game definitely has been a massive help in me just kind of getting better at general programming, you know? Of course, I, you know, went through college and got a degree, but I think actually doing it is way more valuable than being told how, right? Because it's kind of, I solve these problems by trial and error and, like, actually going through and experiencing them and realizing why it's a problem, you know? There's a lot of times in university where it's just like, don't do this, but I don't really ever get taught why, right? And so odds are I'm just going to end up repeating that issue anyways. This is like, oh man, I remember how much that sucked when I had to change all my systems over to IDs instead of names. I'm always going to use IDs now, right? Just simple stuff like that. But yeah, other games, I mean, I've done like platformer stuff. I've done a couple like top-down pixel art games. Kind of like this, but not quite, obviously. Pixel art side-scroller type stuff. I've done one game of Godot I did as like a little test of the engine. It was like a sort of a puzzle game, I guess. It was basically like you're a cowboy, and then if you shoot your gun, it like changes the plane of reality you're on or whatever. It's kind of cool. Maybe I'll fix it someday, but not for now. Got the ideas. Oh, welcome back, Dev. Well, I'm getting there, definitely. Like, the game runs and doesn't crash immediately now, so that's a big step, right? But we're not, I wouldn't say we're quite there yet. These are displaying all good and stuff, which is awesome, so I'm happy about that, but yeah, it's still gonna take some time. Like, see, this stuff is gonna happen. It's, you know, it's fine. Just gotta keep trying out things, crashing the game, and loading it back up. With everything that we fix, we're gonna start to kind of hit like a critical mass, and it's gonna get way easier to fix these issues, right? Because the problem right now is just the constant like crash and fix and crash and fix, but it's gonna get to a spot where it's like, okay, well, we fix all the items for this building, which means it's fixed for all these other buildings, and then it gets really simple. So yeah. So why is this not happy? So we place down the building, we say add the child for ingredients, update details. So I'm comparing a dictionary? That doesn't make any sense. Well, what I must be doing is setting it to a dictionary here. Right here. Oh yeah, I'm just stupid. Yeah, a lot of playtesting. But, you know, that's why it's on the experimental branch. I'm gonna have all the army take a run at it and try to break things, so. Saving loading's working just fine. A lot of this stuff won't break because it's just a simple change of like the name and ID, right? So as long as I fix it for like one or two things, it's gonna be kind of like fixed for everything, like I'm saying. Or we hit that like, you know, snowball of things getting fixed faster. So this, yeah, I can build it. So placing it's still gonna be a little funny, right? But it's not a problem. I'm surprised I'm referencing name in here. I thought I caught all of them, but I guess not. Luckily, this is just a really simple, you know, remove stuff, whatever. Well, here, let me search for .name in here. Oh, is this why? Oh, this is the multiplayer script, and that's why it's, yeah. I don't actually reference it that many times in here, so we could probably get this worked out pretty quick. So this actually is just changing the names to IDs. That's not the worst thing. It's always scary to run through here and change these things, but I don't think this is actually that complicated. Okay. Research will still need a bit of work. Like, researchers are still broken using .name instead of .id. But, you know, step by step. Yeah, I also asked, like, adding cooking. Yeah, I definitely am going to get around to that. I kind of wanted to do that today, but I probably won't. Won't end up doing that while I try to fix everything, you know? But it's not a big deal. We'll get to it tomorrow. But yeah, with farming added, I really want to have a reason to farm. So that would be cooking. Okay, so let's just make sure you can build. Yeah, you can build, no problem. So if you break this, it should drop the items, no problem. Yeah. So honestly, right there, that's like about probably 90% of the game fixed. But yeah. So Sikelos, what's up? How's it going? And we're gonna have to check all these buildings. Luckily, a lot of this is just gonna be kind of loading up a save and making sure the game doesn't crash, because I already have all these buildings running and checking things that it doesn't, won't really cause any issues. So yeah, we're gonna have to change those again. It's not a big deal. Coal has to be fixed real quick. I'm actually gonna drop this item. Actually, I'm gonna keep this because I do want to make sure the game works with these null items, right? Because that is a thing that can get created by accident. Both excited and anxious to mess around with my mobs verts data for my evolution system. Oh, that's awesome. I love evolution stuff. It's always really cool. Like, I just watched a video on Wobble Dogs. That game's pretty cool. I might have to get that. Are you familiar with C++? A bit. I've definitely used it for a lot of like school projects. C++ is fine, you know. I'm more partial to C# or, you know, GDScript. I'm a big GDScript head, guys. But yeah. Another day ending in Y nods. What do you mean by that? Okay, let's fix coal. Fix that. And fixing all the filter stuff really won't be that bad of a thing. A lot of it's automatic. There's only a few buildings that I actually manually set the filters of. And to be honest, I probably will be changing that system eventually, right? But stuff like this, that's pretty much it. It's just changing these to IDs. I would love like a script to just automatically run through the recipe table and add in these filters by itself instead of me having to actually have these in here. Same with fuel. I can just say like populate or like is fuel slot, and then I can click it and I know that it's a fuel slot and it'll just automatically go through and do it. So yeah. Would be nice. I'll probably get to it at some point.
But then these thoughts start to cloud up my mind. The little goblins say, how do you do?
Okay, that should be fixed. Just gonna make sure furnaces are working all good. They should be, but yeah. I've been trying to learn audio programming, but any search I do just says things like use this library, or doesn't really get to the point of actually teaching with any depth. This is my problem with tutorials. Like YouTube tutorials and stuff, like where... This is also kind of my problem with school. My problem with a lot of teaching with programming and stuff like that. I don't know. It's always really frustrating when it's kind of just, do this thing, but you don't really know why. It's just, that happens all the time with school and tutorials and everything. Yeah. Do you happen to have a book recommendation? Unfortunately, I don't really read a lot of books. I think the problem with books is that my brain is wired to multitask, and I can't read a book and do other things at the same time. But yeah. Okay, this worked successfully. That's great. Yeah, so like it seems like our ID system's working pretty much fine for the most part. It's just gonna be working out all the little quirks with things, you know, from time to time. But like it looks for the items properly. It should be able to smelt this totally fine. Okay, so that's not working, but it's not a big deal. We'll figure out why. Let's just go take a look at the furnace code. I do like audiobooks though, on that note I was just bringing up. I like to listen to audiobooks because I can enjoy the book and also get stuff done at the same time. So yeah. Don't think I referenced name in here, but... Alright, so let's just figure out why it's not working. It's not a big deal. Really quick, I'll check the recipe table. Just make sure I didn't mess anything up in there. That would be why. So this one I'm just going to change to the IDs, Starground Stone. Basically for some of these I just say like, okay, the ID for the recipe is the ID of the item you're trying to smelt. And that honestly works perfectly fine for buildings like the furnace. Because there's one input, one output, so, you know, why wouldn't you do that? Yeah. Not getting a DSP, but being able to use C++ to create something like an audio player from scratch. Ooh, yeah. That would definitely be complicated. Doing stuff like that from scratch can be hard. Yeah. You kind of definitely would want to use libraries, I would imagine, for that kind of stuff, but... Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that is a really valid point, though. I think it is good to understand how that kind of stuff works. It's always really interesting sometimes, like, you know, how does graphics rendering work, and just you know, pondering how that actually all works. Yeah. I'll do that a lot with like hardware. You know, how do CPUs actually process things? Because it's just interesting to know. I'm probably not ever gonna actually utilize it, you know, but yeah. I sort of had that whole thing with like programming like a game loop from scratch. Basically using a definitely not game engine for a game. Which is kind of fun, actually. It's hard, and I would never want to make a real game with it, but yeah. Like specifications like in before and try to code it, decoder and stuff. That's a good way, yeah, definitely would say it. Yeah, with that kind of thing, I imagine a reference is probably important. Just kind of like finding like a Wikipedia article or something about a format and understanding how that works and thinking about how you could kind of implement your own system that way, right? Of course, easier said than done. You know, like you're saying, it can be hard to figure out libraries and stuff like that, but yeah. Or just how that basic kind of stuff even works. It's like how the apple looks like Among Us. It does a little bit. I don't know why I made the sprite like that. I just kind of made it real quick and was just like, okay, that's the sprite now. And it just kind of stayed that way. Also, I gotta make sure that did save this data, right? I'm just gonna confirm real quick. Because that would be very bad if it was like not saving data and stuff. It should totally save the data, but yeah, no, it's fine. That seemed to finish fast. It was probably okay, but I just want to make sure. Save it. So that should be going when I load in. I might get there before, like, or after it finishes, but we'll see. Okay, we're fine. I'm checking myself, make sure I'm not assuming, right? You follow along with the tutorial to create a WAV file from scratch. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's something that's practical. It's nice learning exercise. Yeah, absolutely. It's fun to do that stuff every once in a while, just for kind of expanding your knowledge of things. It can be a really big help in just troubleshooting issues when you know exactly how it works, right? Because I'm sure we can all attest to how frustrating it can be trying to like debug someone else's code. Sucks because you have no idea what's going on. A lot easier when you do know what's going on. That's why in some cases I've just made my own stuff. Like the virtual keyboard that pops up in Starground and stuff is just mine, because trying to use plugins and other people's stuff for that is too hard. Let's hear it. What's up? How do I do the shadow on the water? That's actually just a part of the tile set. So basically this is just baked into the tiles on the edge. It's actually not that complicated. Well, it's complicated in the sense that you have to draw in all the shadows and make sure they connect together, but yeah, it's easy just having it be a part of the tile. I can go to the tile set in here and like show you how that looks, right? Which is, it's somewhere in there. Where is it? I've probably gone past it like 5 times. There it is. So this is literally it. Also, why is this like... Has that been there the whole time? No, I don't know what's up with that. I don't think I use this tile set. Weird. I mean, I guess I do, but it has like Is this a PDN? No. Why does it have like semi... What? Okay, am I crazy? So these pixels are not actually this dark? Something's up. Hold on. I don't know what it is. For some reason, it just looks very odd to me. I might just be not used to this new monitor and how it handles the brightness of the transparency. Okay. That's better. I don't know. That was just weird to me. I think they changed the default paint.net settings on that. It looked like transparent pixels. But yeah, anyways, you can see this is the shadow stuff right here. It's just baked into the tiles. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I have all the tiles kind of on the outside. So there's like, this is one tile with the shadow here like that, right? It sucks having to do all the tiles like this, but you know, it's the best way to do it. So dev matchup, you're gonna have procedural audio for your game. That's awesome. Hey, Desert, what's up? Do you have to consider the localization with this type of factoring? No. So that's the good thing is that we've already localized for all the names for things like iron ingot and stuff, so that'll still be automatically translated. This is really just purely behind the scenes change. This won't actually affect anything in the game, but it just makes it way better for me and way better for modders. So, yeah. Also, I wanted to answer your question earlier. I think you asked something way up here. Or no, it was Abra. I keep forgetting. Never mind. You have the same icon on the restream chat, so I keep getting too confused. I've been using Juice, but that feels more like building one of those model cars you have to glue together and paint yourself, more than actually fabricating the parts yourself. Yeah, I totally get that. That's what it feels using those, like, I don't know, like little APIs for, like, web development, you know, like JavaScript stuff. That, now I understand what it means when a file isn't being read by an audio player. Ah, nice. You can also look on FFmpeg to see how they did certain things. Yeah, that's a really good point too. Yeah, because that's open source, right? Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely look at open source stuff because it's going to be all out there, all the code. And I imagine that's probably pretty helpful for learning. How many textures in your game? There's a lot. I mean, that's the thing. Starground isn't really a tiny game anymore. It used to be a little test project, but it's kind of, you know, just got a lot of stuff going on now. There are a lot of sprites in here. I mean, there's about 400 sprites, but this is just one folder. That's the thing. There's like 400 in here, you know, not including these import files. But then we also have all of the files inside of items, which are all these, to make the view bigger. These are like all the items in the game. And then we also have all the artifacts. So it's starting to get to be a lot of sprites, you know. Yeah, that's fair. Probably not good to learn things while you're drunk. Okay. All right, but we're doing pretty good. Seems like things are working pretty much fine for the most part. Furnace is working as per usual. I can make a really quick change to these to show the name instead of the ID, but I might keep it on the ID just for a minute. Because I just want to make sure that the items are actually being converted properly, right? Okay, yeah, but this save works great. It'll probably work fine with pretty much everything in the whole game. But now the thing that we really have to make work is old saves. That's the hard part. Like loading this save up is just gonna crash instantly. And it's because all the items are wrong, right? I think I'm actually gonna do this conversion stuff in the save load thing here. This is probably going to be the best spot to do it. So I was actually going to convert the data in the ready event here, but I think we only need to convert it on stuff that has been saved, right? So let's go do that. Essentially, it's just this. We're just gonna say like if inventory component, right? We get the data. If inv data is not equal to just an empty array, then we convert them. We will also have to, I'm pretty sure we'll have to update this one too, the force filters. Force filters is, I'm pretty sure that uses IDs now, if I remember correctly. I can check what that is really easily, you know? Filters for objects like movers. So let's see where we do that, right? Yeah, we push back the ID, so that is indeed, yeah, something that we'll have to update. It's just names. It's not going to be the easiest thing to do that, because it is just names, isn't it? Okay. Can I draw? I mean, I guess so. All the sprites in the game are drawn by me, so I am the artist and the programmer and the everything person. Is this the Starground folder? Yeah. Yeah, I drew all these, so I mean, I guess you could say I'm an artist. I mean, I guess technically that means I am a professional artist if I sell the game and I do the art, right? Yeah. I majored in computer science, so I'm finally done with that. I graduated like spring of this year. But that was something. I don't know. I don't feel like I got that much out of it. Because I feel like I mean, of course, I can't say that for sure, right? It's hard. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's some nice things about going through university and learning all the official computer science stuff, but I've learned so much more practical knowledge out of just doing it rather than, you know, going through the coursework and stressing myself out because it's due in a day, and it's just, yeah, I don't know. There's something to be said about actually enjoying what you're learning. Like, making Starground, I really enjoy, even if it's the gross, yucky parts like what we're doing right now. And just that fact alone makes it so much easier for me to improve because I actually enjoy it, right? Rasterized art, vector art. It is all rasterized. It's pixel art. So, yeah, it's just a bunch of little tiny PNGs. They're like... That's one thing that's kind of awesome about pixel art is that the file sizes are super tiny, right? And it makes it so easy to load them and draw them, and it's good. It's good for performance. But these sprites are pretty tiny. Like a burner, that's 413 bytes. That's like nothing, you know? All of these sprites, I don't even know if they hit probably not even a megabyte. Probably not even a freaking, I don't know, something byte. I mean, let's see how big this is. It's tiny, though. Okay, they do hit a megabyte. But 12 megabytes for all of the assets in the entire game, especially when a lot of this is the import files, which are typically, I think, bigger than the actual images. Yeah, that's pretty tiny. I mean, you think about it, in some games, like crazy 8K textures can be humongous, you know? Half a gigabyte. This is nothing. Is it hard to find a job? Well, I have been doing this full time, right? Making games. And so far that's been like financially viable for me, which is great. So I haven't really been looking for a job, but in the short time that I looked around a little bit, yeah, it's it's hard. The industry is in a really bad spot right now with computer science. And I talked about this in one of these streams at one point. Essentially, the issue, though, is that it's like we have a bunch of all these new people, like you and I, down here, that all want computer science jobs. But the companies really only want the senior positions up here, right? And so they only want the people that have like 5+ years experience. And the problem is that there's going to be like like what's going on with the shortage. None of these people can get jobs, which means none of these people get created. Because if you want people with 5 years experience, they have to get a job in the first place. And so it's kind of funny how the industry is kind of shooting itself in its own foot right now, where by not hiring any new people to work, it's just going to make the problem worse and worse, right? So I don't know. It's yeah, it's a tough thing right now with the industry. What's going to happen is everybody realizes, oh man, computer science sucks. I'm going to not get a computer science degree. Now all of a sudden, now there's going to be like a big shortage of these people. There's going to be barely any of these people, right? And so it'll become a demanding, like in demand eventually. At least, you know, I'm not some like industry specialist and know the trends, but that just seems to be the way it's probably going to go. I mean, this thing has happened with plenty of other industries before. It's not like exclusive to computer science. It's going to take a long time probably, but until then, it's just going to be a grind of trying to land that first job or two, getting a little bit of experience so that you can start to kind of build up for higher positions. And then it won't suck as bad. And, you know, one route is to always kind of make your own projects. And if you can't find work, create your own work. Create your own portfolio and get work experience, right? And try to commercialize it, I would say. I'm not a recruiter, but I would imagine a recruiter would love to see somebody creating something commercially viable, right? So, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have any magic advice. I'm not a sage. But, yeah. And, you know, if this ever stops working out, then I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do, because I probably won't be able to get a job either. But at least then I'll have a little bit of, like, a portfolio built up, I guess. We can't wait till I dive into my evolution system. Yeah, that'd be cool. Evolution stuff is just awesome. It's fun. I love those videos by Carrie K on YouTube, like his evolution simulator videos. It's kind of a shame that he doesn't do them anymore, but I loved how it's like just all the interesting ways you can combine parameters and see how they change, and really interesting ways like that creatures start to like do things that you didn't even realize was possible. It's just really, really interesting and fun. It's cool seeing such a dynamic, like, living program kind of appear. You know, I don't know. It's cool. I think in a lot of ways that's why I like games so much, or game development. Because in a lot of ways it is an evolving, alive system. Not for every game, but I guess for something like Starground it kind of is, right? Of like your factory doing things and you changing it and it doing, I don't know, just yeah. All the dynamics of it. It's nice. Okay, so this is gonna be a hassle. Essentially what I'm just gonna do is say var name, var item name equals I.get name. If item name, then I need to convert it into an ID. Right. So then what we'll say instead is I dot, like, I need to erase a key in a dictionary. I know there's a way to do it. I've just never actually had to do this before, so I don't know. But I'm sure it's just like an erase function. Yep, erase key. So literally we'll just erase name. And then we'll create our new ID. So, what is all this stuff going on? Okay. So we have the name. We're gonna have to do some funny string modification. So we're gonna say new ID equals Starground plus, we're gonna say item name dot to lowercase. I think to a lowercase is a function. Right? But I have to confirm on that. Let's check the reference for string. To lower. So we convert it to lowercase, and then what we're going to do is convert all of the empty spaces with underscores. Right? And that should basically do it. Replace what with what, that returns a string. So we're going to replace all spaces with underscores. What do you mean? Oh, duh. And I'm going to print out new ID, but then we'll also like add that onto the item. So I dot, yeah, check again for adding a key. Right, like I never typically do this where I add an individual key. I've never had to actually modify these, right? I guess we do get or add. Or no, we just merge. I've done this, yeah. We just merge it with ID, new ID. So hopefully that works. Cheese time, no way. Give me 1 second here though. Gotta fix this stuff. Okay. Hopefully this will successfully convert all the items. I'm gonna load this up and make sure. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, let me get cheese time going. Double major in mechanical engineering, computer engineering is receiving job offers, but that stopped. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's unstable. I think the thing that I've heard from people that have been looking for jobs and stuff is you've just got to keep reaching out and applying a bunch. So, also we do have an ad starting in 1 second. I've used all the snooze credits, so we have to play it. I apologize. What? Melancholic get. Oh, duh. As long as it's not actually null. I was gonna eat the cheese. No. It's a mystery. I have thought about it, but I realized it's probably not good for me to gobble down a bunch of cheese constantly, so yeah. Decided not to do that. All right, so check it out. These are the converted IDs, and these look good, right? That seems to be working well. Yeah. So I think this will work. We just have to do this for everything in the game, and then we'll eventually get to a spot where we're fine and it stops breaking. So I'm actually going to, let's see here. I'm going to create a function for this. Right, instead of having to do this every single time, I'm just going to say, create a quick little global script, which is convert name. Return new ID. Okay, cheese time's over. Let's go back to our save component. All right, so now our new ID is equal to global dot convert name item name. This is going to be easier this way. I'm going to keep printing these for now just to make sure that they're looking okay, but we'll eventually get rid of that. Yeah, it's kind of like Christmas music, I guess. Yeah, also, ad is over. As always, I apologize. Have you implemented a version ID to save to the save data? Yeah, so like saving like what version the save is in or whatever. I have. Yeah. Whenever you save the game, let me check this, right? And load game. So it does actually load the version, I'm pretty sure, of when you last loaded the game. I may be wrong, but hopefully, you know, hopefully I did. I think I save it, but maybe I just don't actually use it yet. That's probably what I do. Thank God. Okay. So I do save game version. That's actually a good way that I can check, like, okay, is it, you know, a newer version? Well, then I don't need to do any item conversion. So, yeah, that's a nice, easy way of doing that. Should be okay. How about a 10,000 point redeem to eat cheese? Maybe, yeah. Can maybe add that. Work on player games. Yeah, so Starground's on Steam. Right? You can get this on Steam right now. It's in early access. We do have a experimental build with all the new stuff like modding. So I saw our rating dropped because there's some of the recent reviews were negative because of an issue. It's always so frustrating. I fix the issue instantly and then they don't change their reviews, so whatever. That'll come back up hopefully. But yeah, you can get on Steam if you want. Totally welcome to. There is a demo. It's pretty out of date. I do want to update the demo with some of the new stuff, but I kind of want to wait for all this stuff to settle out. So yeah. Yeah, it's so annoying. Like, I left this response and I'm like, hey, I fixed your issue, and then they're just never gonna change it. But yeah. Hopefully people don't look at that like, oh, that's not good. Ah, whatever. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, definitely saves headaches. If you also want to play some other random games that I've worked on, I have games on itch. Right, all these games. So you can just go look for my, you know, account here. What is this? I got followed, epic. And there's a couple games here. Some of these I've done for jams. Some of them suck because it was with a team that didn't help me at all. Pizza Pit was fun. We did that for an actual, like, the Big Boy Games Idol-a-thon. So that was like a in-house thing, which is epic. I was like, is that 8 months ago? There's no way. Yeah, it's 2. There's some other little games here. Starground demos up on here. Big Moat. Yeah, stuff like that. So feel free to check that stuff out too if you want. That's just Big Boy Games, yeah. Okay. So where are we crashing? It's probably in... Initiate object, huh? Ah, that would be why. So this is because in our research, our item names are still the old one. So, have to fix that also. Yeah, but I mean, okay, we're getting there. Once we get this all worked out, then we're pretty much good to go. But yeah. I think I am probably gonna end off stream because we just hit 4 hours. But yeah, we're getting there very slowly. Hopefully I can get this all kind of worked out tonight and relatively stable for tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. I'm gonna go quickly look, maybe get somebody to raid here. Some person, welcome back. We are just about to end the stream, so do apologize. My God, it's weird that I get ads. My ad blocker worked for so long, and now it doesn't. I just gotta wait for the ads. Hold on, guys. Hate ads. Okay. Ooh. What is this? Dobbs has been working away. Yeah, I think we'll read Dobbs. It's modding done for the most part. I just have to work out some changes, but it won't be much longer. I'm gonna work that out tonight, hopefully, and then we can either get an experimental build tomorrow or Sunday. That's the plan. This is not a promise, okay? But we'll try. Yeah, I'm gonna go read Dobbs. Yeah, thank you everybody so much for coming to the stream today. Sorry that it's a boring one. But sometimes these things just have to be done. But yeah. We're getting there. This is going to be a good change for the future. So it's better we do this now rather than later, I think. It's only going to be more people that we have to fix their saves, right? So, yeah. But yeah. And sorry to Dev Ninja if I was too I don't know, mean about GD script versus C# or whatever, or other languages. But yeah, no hate at all, just so you know. Okay, anyways, thanks everybody. I'll be live tomorrow and Sunday. Get Starground if you want. Join the Discord for sneak peeks and stuff. And yeah, we're gonna go raid. Thank you everybody, and I'll see you in the next live stream. Bye. Raiding now.